heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what. You see the final cancel culture in terrorist groups like...
We'll see cancel. They want you to fly.
Hello.
Hello.
Well,
Hello.
we have a very special guest here, everybody. So of course it's Laverne Cox, the legend. Laverne, thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure. I'm a huge fan, and I'm honored to be here to join all of you. I watch almost every week, unless I'm like, or I watch.
That's amazing.
That's incredible.
I feel honored.
I know. I mean, we don't even watch every week. Like, that's amazing.
I'm not even here every week.
Where am I going to go for my news? Well, no, you're not. You're welcome back. You needed a break, David. It's all good.
I need a break every couple of weeks.
business.
Some weeks just crazy.
She even knows all the leftist mafia lore.
She
that
knows
David
our
Cole never shows up. It's amazing.
And she's
He has
the
a
only
baby.
one.
He needs sleep. I get it.
That's right.
Bender has like 6 babies and needs
And
no
somehow
sleep.
he does it.
Yeah.
I love how, Laverne, you're the only one who can get all of our asses here on time. So I appreciate that.
I was surprised that Rebecca was here. Like
That's what I said.
No shade, but you used to come from your day job. I know you.
So don't you know the business, Laverne? From you really watch it, because Matt was just saying the same thing. Matt was like, Rebecca, she probably watches, so she's gonna know that she would have been late. I said, I'm not coming on Color People Time. We got guests. It's not happening. I gotta be on time. So, but he's like,
she's gonna expect you to come 20 minutes before the show ends. I mean,
it's all good. It's all good. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Yeah, so nice to have you. Can you just talk about what you've been up to lately? I know a lot. I saw a poster that you posted on Instagram for a big movie you're in with a lot of other stars.
The movie.
Tell us what you're up to.
The movie is Animal Farm. We actually don't know when it's out. It's Orwell's Animal Farm that we shot it a few years ago, and it just had its premiere in London. And I hope there's distribution soon. So I have no idea when it's coming out, but I hope there's distribution. We kind of need Animal Farm right now. So yeah, and Glenn Close and Steve Buscemi and Seth Rogen are in it, and I play Snowball, if you know the book.
Amazing.
Pretty awesome. And another movie in the can with Keanu Reeves. I don't know when that's coming out, called Outcome, but I'm making my Carnegie Hall debut October 20th in an all trans and non-binary production of The Drowsy Chaperone, one night only, and it's for charity. So if anyone's in New York and wants to come out to Carnegie Hall, come on out. You're in New York, Ariana? Cool.
Both me and Matt, so we can plug.
Yeah, I knew Matt was in New York. I didn't realize you were in New York. Cool. Hey, so yeah, and I'm trying to just kind of stay sane, if I'm being honest. It's being trans right now is I can't even describe it. I'm trying to be in good spirits. It's devastating. I think like being trans right now is devastating. Just being an empathetic, sensitive person right now is devastating. And the fascism has affected even me and my ability to make money. I've never, as an actor, acted, worked as much as my fellow colleagues who would be on my level, because there's just never been as many parts or roles available for me. So I've always had a sort of a 3-pronged strategy, like branding, speaking, and acting. And between 2013 and 2019, I probably spoke at like hundreds of colleges and universities. That doesn't exist. That work doesn't exist anymore for me because of the anti-DEI, anti-woke stuff. And right now, I actually want to teach acting. And a friend of mine, I won't name the school, who was a professor, and I'm a 4-time Emmy-nominated actress. I'm I think would say I'm qualified to teach an acting workshop, and I've taught acting before too, and I'm obsessed with my craft. And I think because I'm Black and trans, it's like DEI. Like, so it's like, it's kind of crazy just trying to make a living right now. Which is wild and scary and deeply triggering. Like the times when I was poor and couldn't make rent, you know, I mean, I'm definitely not there. When it's hysterical, it's historical. I had like a meltdown on Saturday, and I realized, okay, when it's hysterical, it's historical. This is not about this moment. This is about those couple times I was in eviction court and scared I was gonna like be out on the street. Okay, that's what this is about. But I'm not there now. It's a different situation. So yeah, it's even affecting me. And then just being, now we're terrorists. I mean, it's like,
right.
What the actual fuck? So, and I was thinking it's just important that we have trans people, and I'm like just trying to keep myself sane, and I'm prepping for my Carnegie Hall debut. And, but we need more trans voices, and there's only so much I can do. And we're being talked about, but not talked with. And so it's so much easier to dehumanize people when there's this like mythic trans person who's also maybe a furry and all the insane things that they're saying about us. So,
a trans person who hasn't even done anything, by the way. All we know about this trans person that you're referring to is that they were potentially in a relationship with someone who did something. It's ridiculous.
And according to Clip Instinct, the person is really trans. And like, I want more information, you know, I love my community. I love my non-binary siblings. I love somebody tells me they're trans, I believe them, but like it's a broad category, like, you know, so, and we're not a monolith. And like, I want more information, especially after I went down this rabbit hole about like transmaxing and like Reuters. I was like, okay, there's some weird stuff going on. So anyway, but that apparently, just a side note, I'm not fully even sure based on the evidence that Robinson is even the shooter. Like, I don't want to be conspiratorial, but anyway, that's
wild how it went through so many different things. It was like, at first the shooter was trans, then it was like, no, not the shooter, the bullets were trans. Wait, no, not the bullets. No, the roommate was trans. Wait, no, not the roommate, the lover. No, wait, he may have listened to a song at one point that had trans lyrics.
Yeah, but then also he changed clothes multiple times, dismantled the gun, reassembled it. Apparently the gun, while assembled, won't fit in the backpack. There's like a lot of weird stuff. So anyway, it's just, we're in a really precarious time right now. So trying to sort of be like, stay in the love is like something I've ended my emails with for like 20 years. Stay in the love and empathy and a hopeful place is very difficult. And to like, just over the past, just feel at a loss. Like, for me as someone who's, you know, mostly use my voice when I can, just speak up about issues that are important to me, including trans issues. We've just completely lost our control of our narrative. And over the past 5 years, I would say, for people who don't know anything about me, I was on a show called Orange is the New Black and got like kind of popular in 2013, 2014. I was on the cover of Time magazine in 2014 that declared the transgender tipping point. And that moment in 2014, I remember going on a lot of talk shows and like sort of educating journalists and being able to, as a trans person, like set the agenda for like how trans people should be spoken with and about. And other trans people in the whole community of people were like there with me doing that work. And you know, in the end of 2016, the bathroom bans, they tried that, it didn't work. And then they went and got very organized and did focus groups and found a way to, the best way to dehumanize us. And the Trojan horse was trans women in sports. That first bill was introduced in 2019. I forget what state it didn't pass, but the next year in 2020, we had the first ban of trans women and trans girls in sports and schools. And now like half the country, and now half the country also bans gender affirming care for trans young people. Now we have 20 states that have bathroom bans. And then what's happening on the federal level too. So we've completely lost control of our narrative as trans people. And it's like, I don't know how to get it back when, they're trying to shut us out of every, place where we can actually have a conversation. And now this new distinction around nihilistic terrorism, even like talking about this stuff could be, deemed a problem with this administration. So, but we have to. Visibility isn't everything. Visibility is a trap. That has to be accompanied by movements for change. But it's really easy to dehumanize people when you don't see them.
And that's why your rise was so important, because I remember around a decade ago when I saw you on Orange is the New Black, there were also a lot of other shows as well that were starting to introduce trans characters. There was Transparent, there was Glee that introduced, a trans female character. And so it really felt like, wow, this is the damn burst thing. And I remember, that headline of The Tipping Point. And it's like, you really, it's easy to become complacent because you think, wow, it's all downhill from here. Now that trans people have visibility, you can't really put that cat back in the bag. But it's crazy how quickly things can change, and you learn, oh no, they actually can undo progress, and they can do it really quickly. One thing that I will say is that a revolutionary act right now is just existing. And just to put this in a more personal sense, I have a very young trans niece, and I never growing up, I had no
how old is she?
She's 7.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, I never had any role models growing up. The only gay person that I knew was Richard Simmons, I think, and I thought he was really weird. So I'm like, oh, I don't want to be like him. Not that I knew I was gay, but growing up, there was nothing. So,
sorry, Mike, that's the one option. If you're gay, you're Richard Simmons. That's it.
That's who you're gonna become. You're gonna be screaming at people in a flamboyant tank top.
Sweating to the oldies.
That's it. But it's crazy how now things are so different to where you can actually see yourself age. And that's one thing that I knew. When you were young, in the 90s, 80s, you never saw LGBTQ plus people age. So you just kind of had this sense of a foreshortened future where it's oh, that's just they don't exist. But now, even though things are so bad, the thing that gives me hope is that there are queer people that are very present, yourself included. I showed my niece your music video that you released after you were on Olay, and French is like, oh my gosh, she's like me, she's so pretty. And it made her life. So the act of simply existing, honestly, as corny as it sounds, it really does inspire other people. And just being present and saying, this is who I am, I feel like that really does go a long way. Not politically right now, but mentally for people at the individual level, it goes a long way. So you are doing something just by being you and not shutting up. Because you have people like Jimmy Fallon saying, I'm just going to kind of keep my mouth closed right now so I can keep my show. But you are still being yourself when right now NPSM 7 is saying, well, if you talk about extremism on gender, you could be a terrorist. So the fact that you're not backing down in and of itself, I think is revolutionary.
Hey, but Mike, Jimmy Fallon is just being him, buddy. That's exactly who he is.
That's true.
But even Laverne, even you just, you named, which is good, but you got a lot of things that you have from coming up. Orange is the New Black popped off for you, but you had so many other things. And because of you, doors are open for so many other people, a part of the LGBTQIA plus community, but specifically more conversations surrounding trans people. One of my closest friends is trans, and growing up, she never knew where to fit in. And now, years later, we're both 35, I've just watched how she's just been accepted. She got married and everything, had a wedding, all the things. And you were one of the people that she speaks about often. And so you are one of the most popular names when people think of a trans person. And for so many reasons, more than just your acting. And Olay, she's my bestie. You did that episode with her, which was controversial for a lot of people. But to me,
I also did the very first episode of Olay's show. Actually, I was her.
I know that too. That was one of I was
huge fan. That was huge Olay fan.
Yeah. Good. Yes, we love her. But Olay, even in the moment of watching that specific episode, the conversations even within the community that people are not aware of, where within the LGBTQIA plus community, there are issues as well that need to be talked about, discussed. So it's like you said, it's not a monolith, but we're hearing those conversations, we're seeing those conversations, and it's great to have you at the center of them and to be teaching other people how to have those conversations, but to show it ain't perfect. We have our own issues, but this thing is real. Even right now, you mentioned a whole slew of things. Being unemployed, me, because of my work in politics, I'm a Black woman. They targeting us right now. We know the 300,000 plus women are just, being targeted within this administration, everywhere, everything. So just to hear that even affecting you is something. And as well as this, them looking for somewhere to point, like to say it's because of this. We know that they did that with them children that were shot up that they wanted to ignore in Texas. And they said that it was because of trans people. They were saying the other issues that mass shootings are happening because of drag queens. So they're reaching and they're trying, and people are believing this. So criminalizing and making people fear-mongering and making people believe that trans people are the issues for mass shooting, even though there are pictures, there's evidence, everything is out there that shows it's a whole white man, right, that did this. But people will believe,
and statistically, literally statistically, like 1% of mass shooters are actually trans. Like, so we're really talking about 5 people out of thousands.
It's like,
so yeah, it's mostly cis white guys who do mass shootings. We all know that.
They're underrepresented in mass shootings, overrepresented in gun violence.
Absolutely.
So it's completely absurd to make them the scapegoat. But that's the thing; it doesn't even matter. Every single tragedy going forward will either be attributed to immigrants or trans people, because that's just who they've decided to demonize. One thing that I will say, though, is as quickly as things went south, they can change again very quickly too, because back in 2017, that was like the Bush era where they voted to ban gay marriage in all these states. And then a decade later, things flipped completely. So I think that one thing that I've kind of realized is that America's going to oscillate between being completely demonic and fascist and being more open-hearted. And each time it's inevitable. It's going to happen. We're going to swing back and forth. But as the pendulum swings back and forth, I think that maybe with time it won't be as bad each time, because the fact that like in 2004 there were almost no gay people besides like Ellen and a few other gay people, they couldn't really defend themselves. So the positive thing now is that there actually are LGBTQ role models, trans role models that are actually able to speak up and try to reframe the conversation. It's difficult. You're kind of going against like this uphill battle. It's a Sisyphean task. But I think
the algorithms, the predatory algorithms, and just in this attention culture, how does one, especially if one is not like fighting and doing conspiracy theory, getting attention in this space now is just so tricky and difficult.
Yeah.
But when you both were talking about the trans people in your life, it reminded me of when I was Grand Marshal of World Pride this year, and as I was sort of driving down the street and seeing all these beautiful families, like people with their infant children and like toddlers and teenagers and adults and beautiful, diverse people. I was just sort of like, it's like, these young people are growing up and I'm here, and there's other beautiful trans folks, amazing, smart trans people who are visible, and the genie's out of the bottle. They can't they're really doing everything they can to try to sort of literally erase us, eradicate transgenderism from public life, to quote them. They're doing their best, but we're still here, and you can't, we've always been here. And so you really can't erase us. There are things that we know historically that have been done to trans people that they can very easily do. I think this categorizing us as terrorists, some politicians are suggesting that we be placed in mental institutions. These things have happened before. It's terrifying.
We lost you.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Frozen.
The This is NSPM7 in effect. They're shutting us down now.
It's because look,
They came in with the ban hand.
we done got Laverne on. They trying to shut us down.
Usually though, it's like, the connection starts to go, right? She had perfect connection, and all of a sudden just like that, cut off.
Trump's like, stop her right now.
You don't find that suspicious?
That's very suspicious.
I will say that before I assume she'll come back in if he resets, but there is a difference between cultural acceptance and political acceptance. Like I feel like the culture war we've won. I mean, we're going like it's hard to envision that that we've won at this point because of how politically things are going. But I do think you can't put that genie back in the bottle. Like people are more open than ever in terms of their ability to accept who they are and find their place in society and find people that will accept them. You can't change that. But politically, a small minority of people can still have a lot of power, and we're seeing that in terms of how they were trying to outlaw trans people. So there are sort of like two different fights going on here, where culturally I think we're winning and we're going to win. But politically, it's very important that if we do attain power, that we actually fucking use it and ensure that these rights are protected in a way that they cannot be reversed. Like this is the issue with Democrats that win and don't use their power in any way, or at least to the ability that they could use it if they actually cared about these issues. So that's, I think, a way that we have to really
to be honest,
reframe this.
I agree with you.
Let's remove her from the room so she might not even know that she got cut off if she was talking. Oh, it just happened.
Yeah, go ahead and let her know, Mike.
I agree with you, and I wanted to have this conversation with her as well, but I think another problem when it comes to trans rights is the fact that we have a lot of people who are on the left who are liberal about everything but trans, like the TERFs. Like, I think that's a huge issue because you'll have a Democrat that'll be like, oh yeah, I'm very leftist or whatever, and then they'll come out and say the most turfiest bullshit on earth, and it's like, okay, well, when people on our own side don't even support or protect trans people, like, how do we achieve that? You know what I mean? That's another big
you have to challenge them through primaries, challenge their power. Like, you can't, like, a lot of those Democrats as well, they're not successful because they're anti-trans. They're successful because they're the Democratic option in the race and not the Republican. But if you have somebody who is strong-willed and is willing to fight, I think strength and showcasing that strength is able to outperform these Democratic turfs that you're referring to.
I think you gotta like you were saying. I think even though these people who are are say to be on the right side of things, but they don't protect trans or immigrants or all these issues that are not popular. Call them out. Listen, they ops too. Sometimes it's just like when you're in the room, when you're in spaces like, for instance, the Breakfast Club, and they're making these anti-trans statements or whatever. Don't be afraid. Like we saw Lene do, where it's like you'll be the only person in the room that's defending trans people or whatever marginalized group at the time is being disrespected. But we see that mostly with trans people right now. So call them out. Don't be afraid to call them out in the room, whether it just looks crazy, whether it's a popular space, but they're ops basically. And sometimes it's not going to be the most, you might get disrespected. They might try to, they might try to ice you out of situations, places, and things because you're sticking up for it. But that is going to be where we stand out and where we call out who's really for people's rights, marginalized groups' rights, and who ain't. Because there's a lot of people that I've seen coming up in the years that swear they're for everything. And then when you tell them, hey, let's talk about this certain issue, it's like, oh, don't want to touch that, don't want to touch that. And it's like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. I see where you're going with this. But we'll sit with people who actually are so disrespectful to this certain group of people. And we see that often. So just call them out.
Yeah.
We got you back, Laverne.
We have Laverne back.
Yay. Sorry about my connection. You guys were saying some great things. I think that the piece about the I have an echo. I know why.
Uh-oh.
I think she was fixing the echo.
I think she fixed her echo.
Yeah. No, but I was just gonna. I would add that you know, I also wondered, like, you know, obviously with the Trump administration in power and Republicans in Congress, and you know, a conservative Supreme Court, obviously when it comes to like actual like policy and those in charge, you know, that we've certainly gone backwards on things. But also I hesitate to really peg exactly how we've fallen back, like as a society in terms of these issues. Like I don't think we've lost anyone who had their eyes open about, you know, racial injustice or LGBTQ rights. I think the number of people who support these sorts of things are higher than ever before. It's just that those who oppose are just getting louder than ever before, and they have more power than they've had in quite a while. But like, we're not losing numbers. Like, yeah.
I would also contend that the nature of the debate, right? I think the way in which these conversations are being had, I watch Breaking Points. I watch a lot of leftist media, and like, so I've saw, you know, Crystal and Sagar had this wild debate with Trantifa in the headline last week, and you know, Sagar, bless his heart.
Anyway, I can't watch that show because of him.
I was a paid subscriber, and I had to I couldn't give my money to Breaking Points because of that man. But Crystal says, like, you know, Crystal has said many times that, like, you know, gender affirming care for young people is something we can debate, and I'm like, no, actually we can't. I think the second we make that concession around debating gender affirming care for young people or debating trans women in sports, then we've conceded to right-wing framing, which Democrats and people on the left so often do. How do we set the terms of the conversation? And so much of that, I think, is about like humanizing trans people, talking about our stories and about equal rights. And like, really, ultimately, I watched and shared Mom Donnie and Bernie had a conversation, and it was like really inspiring and really beautiful, and we shared it. And my big takeaway, because I've been at a loss today, but my big takeaway was like, power to the people. Like, what does that like really mean and look like? And we all know that because of money in politics, because of like now mergers and acquisitions and you know, monopolies, that like the people don't have the power, that the majority of Americans can believe anything or want anything, and it doesn't really matter because of special interest in money in politics. And like, what does it look like to like return power to the people in terms of, obviously in terms of workers' rights, but then it extends to trans people having control over our bodies, to people who can get pregnant having control over their bodies, to racial justice. So like that is necessarily a systemic change that has to happen, but then there's also the storytelling. There's the fear that has been engendered, no pun intended, in producers and people who want to tell trans stories or not tell trans stories. I had a show on Prime Video called Clean Slate, which premiered in February of this year, and it was not renewed for a second season. And there's so many reasons why a show won't be renewed for a second season. Thank you for watching. I executive produced, starred, and co-created the show. It was like a dream come true. And yeah, and it was semi-autobiographical. But in this climate, you know, the Black trans woman starring in a TV show, it's like, it's amazing we got to the air. So I'm like grateful for that. But it's so the people who are, I think I heard you say this, Rebecca, if you're about that life around being an ally to trans people and just like marginalized people in general, you gotta really show up, and showing up in terms of money and resources, platforming people, but a lot of it's about money. A lot of it's about like, you know, hiring us, telling our stories, and just if it's not about elevating us, having us on Leftist Mafia. And I think there's a bigger thing too that I was thinking about why I wanted to come on this show. I was thinking there was this is slightly off the subject. We can talk about it later if you want. After watching a couple videos from FD Signifier about like Mom Donnie versus Bernie, and how he's doing better and differently with Black voters than Bernie did. And then I watched an episode of Crystal Kyle and Friends that Joy Ann Reid was on, and oh my God, now that she's not on MSNBC, like her brilliance is just like she's
So
always been brilliant, but like just she's like she's slaying. But the historical perspective on race that she brought to Crystal, Kyle, and Friends, and I'm a big fan of both of them. But it made me think a lot about the left, like people on, like I identify as a leftist, people of the left, and how, particularly with older Black voters, I think Mamdani is making headway there. He obviously got young Black voters in New York, but like, how do we, in a Jim Clyburn world, and where older Black voters like didn't trust Bernie, how do we as leftists get Black folks who are the base of the Democratic Party? And FD Signifier had a great video on that I think everyone should watch. A lot of it was about organizing. A lot of it was about going to Black churches. A lot of it was just about doing that like organizational work to reach people where they are. But then also I think there's like with Chris, as brilliant as Crystal and Kyle both are, and it's like just their knowledge is amazing. I was really aware watching them with Joanne Reed just how their racial critique, like Kyle is more often likely to call something racist than Crystal is. She works with a right winger when, a lot of conservative white people, liberal white people, like if they hear the term racist, they like turn off or they get offended or whatever. And I think that like so many like liberals particularly, and even leftists, because they understand that like a lot of white people hear racism or white supremacy and tune out. So it's like, okay, let's like focus on class solidarity and like, just like, let's do a class thing. And it just doesn't, you actually can't talk about America and the ills of America effectively and in its totality without a real deep racial understanding. It's like impossible. The reason we don't have Medicare for all is because of race. Like the reason we don't have universal programs is because of racism. And it's like, it's just so deeply ingrained. And that's the work that I think leftists need to start doing in Black communities to like, cause we get it, but like Black folks get it, but like we're also historically, we're like really, risk averse too. A lot of people were like, well, Bernie could never win. He calls himself a socialist. So like a lot of people maybe were Bernie averse because the fear that because he called himself a socialist, he couldn't win. I think he would have won if he made it to the general, but obviously,
It's really all, I think it boils down to as well, they're doing this on purpose. So of course we have people in the Black community and even other marginalized community, Black and brown communities, where people are stuck on whatever they heard. The older communities are going to be stuck on, the vintage type of way of voting and those types of ways. But also, we have to understand that what's happening too is that with the whole free speech thing, they are limiting and pushing us out on purpose. If we cannot educate people on this side of news or information or combating misinformation, then they're going to be able to continue with their rhetorics, and people will believe that. Not just white people, not just racists, but everybody will continue to believe that, like we did so long ago. Whatever news that we received, that's it. So pushing out the trans person, pushing out the Black or brown person who is in this space of media. This is why it's very important for us to be in media, but right now we're pushed out of the scene. We're pushed out in these areas that need us the most for us to give the news and things like that. Because if we're not there, who's going to really highlight the issues? Who's going to highlight what's really happening in Gaza? Who's going to highlight what's happening in Haiti? Who's going to talk about what's really how the trans people are actually being attacked? Who's going to really be the center of that? So if they can push us out of these places, then good enough. What about in corporate? And a lot of these women are out of those places too. But these are the women who've been fighting for programs for kids to have meals and education in school systems. These are the places where they're fighting for Black people to have more than just that one little corner in the office where they have the DEI hire or whatever. These are the places where it's super important. So as long as they push us out enough and mute us, that's where they can come in and infiltrate every person's mind, and especially the vintage folks. Me being Haitian, I sit around and I hear how they speak about how they're going to vote or how they're going to move, and it's It's so harmful what they've been taught and the seeds that have been planted and what's being spread out on WhatsApp about when Kamala was running. All of the information, it was misinformation, but because it's so quick for them to get it that way. And I'm like, the person that you guys think you should be voting for is actually against you. And they found out the hard way, but because that information, they were silencing folks who can get that information to them or to educate them. And they were silencing folks. So this is what they're actually doing right now. And it's
and this is why the empathy piece for folks who voted for this administration, I think they've been lied to, and this is a tactic of fascism, and it's a word that this administration doesn't, it's all of a sudden opposed to. But I think I love Jason Stanley's book, How Fascism Works, and he and the 10 tenets that he outlines of fascism and education, miseducating people is a huge part of it, and lying to people and getting people used to lies. He says the best way to just rip the heart out of democracy. So the media, free speech, getting the truth to people, getting people educated. And the war on education has been something that's been going on really since Reagan, since the 80s, and the misinformation. And I don't even know how where to begin with all that, because it's so systemically ingrained. How do we really educate people on what's going on? And then even a foundation of understanding of some basic concepts around and in 2020, we started having conversations around systemic racism, and then it just, and then the backlash was what is it? Critical race theory.
You see white women, like the moms in Portland, for example, locking arms, in the streets to protect protesters, and then 5 years later, it's no, we hate all that. Throw all that shit out the window.
No, but I don't think you lost those people. I don't think those those suburban moms who put out the Black Lives Matter flags. I don't think you lost them.
I think they're scared. I think I think if anything, I hope you're right, Bender. I think in a way you could be, because I think they're just scared. Corporations were doing the DEI as, optics, right? It was an optics thing. And the second they didn't have to do it, they didn't do it. And the administration has made it so unpopular. And so people are scared to support, but they do have low-key support. And some people are speaking out. So it's really, we're up against this really well-organized, well-funded. They had 4 years to get Project 2025 together, and they are implementing it at record speed. So it's the problem is that we don't have a resistance party. Oh, girl, Chuck. Oh,
it's rough out here.
Jeffrey,
it's a mess. It's a hot mess. It's a hot mess. And so honestly, right now, I think I'm all about primarying. I live in New York. I'm all about primarying Jeffries. I don't think Schumer's up until 2028, but primarying as many of these corporate Democrats as possible, so that we can get people get power to the people. And I think for me, the standard is if you take corporate money, if you take PAC money, you need to be out, because you're not doing anything for the people. That's where I'm at. And so most of everybody who's in Congress needs to go, and then maybe there's no resistance party, because they're all in the same, they're all getting paid by the same, special interest and donors. So they're not in the trans stuff. The reason they're being just capitulating to, framing around trans people is, again, this a lot of the same donors, or they're just afraid, or they don't know trans people, or they're scared. I even had a moment during the 2024 campaign where I was if I speak out, will I harm the party by being trans now? Because it was a mess last year. It was a mess. And I was even well, shit, I don't want to be harmed by being vocal as a trans person. But now I think post all that, I think we really need to learn the right lessons from it, that we need to address everything and like have a positive message. Like ultimately, like to those ads, I mean, in retrospect, Kamala should have said, she said, I followed the law. That's what she said. That was her response. I followed the law. But she could have added, I followed the law, as did Donald Trump, because it is cruel and unusual punishment to not provide health care for people who are incarcerated. Just because a person is incarcerated does not mean that they're not entitled to health care. In America, we provide health care for people who are incarcerated, and that includes trans people, because trans people are human beings.
Showcasing strength, I think, has to be a major piece of any sort of Democrat, like regardless of if you're leading a party, trying to be president. Showcasing strength, I think, is above and beyond. Like anyone that may be afraid, how this person may feel about the issue of a certain trans issue, whatever, that is completely overtaken if you show strength and you're able to properly discuss why you took that position and not be afraid of it. Like when you the running back and like being afraid of positions you took or commercials that she was in and afraid to own that hurt her more than just being able to own the actual issue and discuss why it's important. Like strength is a major reason why Trump is successful.
And you look at the difference between her and Imam Dani. You look at the difference between her and Imam Dani, where when he is asked about when it's radical jihad or whatever, or he's asked about going to Israel, like he's like, this is why I'm staying in New York, and I believe in equal rights. He takes it. He meets it head on because he has the courage of his convictions. He's actually about something, and most politicians, particularly the ones who are paid by corporations, aren't. And what me criticizing Kamala, I voted for her because there was a choice. I actually changed my registration. I've been an independent my whole life, and I changed my registration to Democrat in 2020 so I could vote for Bernie in the primary. And I realized like I need the energies in the primary, so I voted for her. But what I see when I see Kamala Harris, as I see with a lot of politicians, but with her, I see her triangulating like, well, this is what I believe, but this donor who paid me this amount of money doesn't want me to say this. And then this donor who paid me this money doesn't want me to say that. So I'm going to say a lot of nothing. And that's what we get from most politicians. And
I was going to say
most politicians, that's what we get. We get a whole lot of nothing.
It's the diet Republican.
Yeah.
You're a diet Republican.
Democrats are basically Reagan Republicans.
Diet version. Like they don't want that.
Politicians they're all like that. We expect this from them, but even back in the day, like this is how it always been, but we can't expect anything different. I would love something different. And I've always said that. Before she was even running for president, I've been a huge, I've criticized her. But in that moment, last year when we were looking for something different, when we were looking for a way out.
It was a brat summer, honey. I was having a brat summer, girl. I was like, I was all in,
I lived a little bit too close to the sun. I'll admit that. I drank the coconut juice.
But as we should have, though. But again, that's one of those things we were like, we have to be on the right side of things. This is the thing that I'm saying. Sometimes it's not going to be popular. Sometimes it's not going to be, because what's happening now is scary. Either way, we're going to have either president, politician, whatever. We know things is going to come with it. They're not going to do everything that we want them to do. They're not going to align themselves with what they probably ran off of. We've seen that. That's the norm. It's never been anything different. But right now, what we have is destroying immediately. Man ain't been in office a year yet. And the destruction that is happening amongst them, but then how it's leaking over into the groups that have already been under attack it's crazy to see. But I wanted to read this comment real quick from this moment in the chat. It said, I don't think it's about misinformation. It's about willful ignorance. We're here because it has been tolerated too long. We have to address the anti-Black racism in the progressive movement. I think I see that often too within the left, whatever they want to call it, but on the left side. I see that sometimes they don't speak up on certain issues when it comes to marginalized folks, because either they're fearful or they align with the conservative views. I see that very, very often. And it's like, y'all don't see this major immigrant issue happening right now? Is it because the immigrants are Black and brown? Is it because that there's not really a conversation centering this, or is it because it's not popular right now? It's not trendy to really align yourself with this. So it's true. There is a lot of willful ignorance that's happening. Also, it pays. It pays if you kind of look like you're just riding the fence as somebody who's on the left. You will get a coin for that. If you speak up and you're willing to sacrifice whatever sponsorships you're having for your channel or whatever,
Taylor Lorenz's
whatever
recent reporting reveals that.
Yeah. So if you speak up on certain issues, you might. It just has to be a sacrifice, right? The person that I am, I realize even right now, I'm like, dang girl, you unemployed because you talked about Charlie Kirk. You got unemployed earlier this year because they was like your political work, all of the things. And the reason why I stay employed is because I need the benefits for my health care, right? That's really why I need it. And it keeps the lights on when days are hard when you're working in media, especially in the digital space. But, I have to realize, I sat down with myself the other day. I'm like, girl, with the work that you do, with what you've covered, with how you've covered it, with, you and you calling people out by name, you sitting with different Republicans or conservatives and having debates and all that. It's all over the internet. You chose this life and you're not going to shut up about it. So that is a sacrifice that you have to make. You may never be able to show your face in corporate again ever in your life. But that's
really
a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Because like right now is such a dangerous time where they're trying to do this weird deification of a very bad person. And I think it's a good thing that people are brave in this moment and not allow them to do that, because it's one of those things where like I don't even have to talk shit about a person, just listen to him in his own words and the things he said. That alone should be enough. Like I know a lot of people who had no idea who he was, and then they're like, I went online and I watched all these videos by the guy, oh my god, and I was like, yeah, I know. Like it's
like even quoting his words, it's gotten people fired from their jobs.
Karen and Tia, and other people, and many other people, just showing actual visual the truth of not even quoting his words, letting his video speak for itself. And it's like, how dare you? And it's people who align with the fact that, okay, we must not revisit who he was, but we need to make sure that we revise that history, because he's a person. I said this on our last episode, me seeing the church align with him and try to make it be like this person brought souls to Christ was crazy, especially when I saw Black churches aligning with that. And everybody was using the same statement of, just because somebody has a different view. And I was like, oh, this is how we're going to play it right now. This is what we're going to do, because none of that happened. It's not about a different view. It's about this is being a harmful view. There are views that are right and there are views that are wrong. This view is wrong. It hurts people. Look what happened. Not even 24 hours later, white folks took to the streets talking about some white man fight back. HBCUs were being attacked. We're seeing different things happen where people are found hanging, and all of this is a result of this one person and what they spewed out and saying that people should die so that gun rights could be. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I think we're seeing this cultural coercion happening where they won the last election and they feel like now they basically get to dictate everything in this country. It's why, they're policing people who aren't sufficiently mourning Charlie Kirk or
which is
quoting him.
Crazy.
It's why they're outraged that Bad Bunny, who mostly sings songs in Spanish, is going to be performing at the NFL. They shouldn't have to deal with that right now. It's Trump's America, right? He's an American.
They so dumb.
They don't know that. Yeah, they don't get that. But it's why you see libs of TikTok and right-wing conservatives going through all of the catalog of children's shows on Netflix to suss out any homosexuality that they might find, because now that they won, they feel as if they've conquered us. So why are we still here? Why are we existing? It's like increasingly them tolerating us is impossible.
Did you see
that is part of the project. I mean, Lance hasn't spoken. Go.
Oh, no, go ahead, take it.
But that's part of the project. I mean, if you read Project 2025, like literally on page 4, we want to erase all these words from every piece of legislation, every document. The words were DEI, transgender, gender equality, abortion. Like they want to, and they started and they're doing it. Like, you go to websites now and it's LGB. Like, this is the plan. This has been part of they wrote it out. What was crazy, it was crazy, like reading, like they wrote it all down. And so the plan, it's not, I've been saying that, like, the Democrats are now Republicans and Republicans are fascists, that we don't have like, that's kind of where we are. And so to get back to some kind of sanity, we need power to the people. Like, all these people have to go. There needs to be a mass movement, and it needs to be a mass movement to get money out of politics, but maybe it's just about getting politicians who take, corporate money out of office. Like, we have to build, we have to have politicians in, because it's not, if we can get a progressive, person in 2028, it's not enough if he doesn't or she doesn't have, the House and the Senate. I'm like, they don't even bother legislating anymore. It's hot. It's a disaster, this country right now. And so much of it is that we don't want to. I think the piece around willful ignorance on the left, I think that anyone who says that they are progressive in some way, I invite them. I think everyone has to do work to decolonize our minds around race. I think as a Black person, I was born in Mobile, Alabama. I internalized anti-Blackness. I internalized white supremacy. That I got to college and I started wearing my first Bell Hooks book, and I was like, oh my God. And it was a process of unlearning that. And if many Black people internalize anti-Blackness and white supremacy, if I'm internalizing it, white people are quite likely, and other non-Black minorities are also internalizing anti-Blackness and white supremacy. We have to decolonize our minds, and racism is in the bones of this country. It is just so deeply entrenched, and the fact that they don't want to teach about it, that they want to they're taking away exhibits in the African American Museum, and they want to just erase the horrible, awful history of race in this country, and how, the Jillian Michaels moment on CNN that went viral, the ignorance around 2%, 2% of white people own slaves, but the whole fucking economy was based on slave labor. We became the wealthiest country in the world because we had centuries of unpaid labor, right? And trauma to these people who were enslaved, and trauma that persists. And there's never been a project. After the Holocaust, at least the Germans were let's institute some law so this never happens again. Yeah, there's so much after the Civil War, they basically we were enslaved for centuries and dehumanized and treated as chattel, treated as animals. The mental health consequences, the lack of education, just you're out there. And then they didn't prosecute the insurrectionists, Confederacy. The Confederacy, right. These people should not have been allowed to hold office again. And then they were, and they took things back, KKK forms. And so there's we need to learn these lessons from history and hold people accountable. People do need to be, Trump is trying to arrest people now, but people need to just like people should have been arrested after the financial crisis in 2008, Wall Street people, Confederates should have been arrested. There needs to be accountability so that this stuff doesn't happen again. And we have to actually to be able to tell the truth. And it's a painful truth. It's painful. It's very painful for me when I've had moments when there was a moment many years ago, I remember tweeting, they had passed an abortion ban in Alabama. I'm from Alabama. And I retweeted a friend who said, woman's body, woman's choice, end of story. And the trans man said, you're really going to erase trans men right now in this moment? I was just oh. It's I was sort of oh God. I'm aware that trans men get pregnant and non-binary people can get pregnant. I was trying to have a moment of solidarity. I'm not sure if people want to hear about trans men getting pregnant now. They really didn't then. They still don't. But it was a moment of I had to it was super uncomfortable. I was being called out by somebody from my community. And I said, and I breathed it in. It was super uncomfortable. It was public. It was, when I was on Twitter like that. And I said, thank you for bringing this up. I'm going to think about this. And then I had a commencement speech when I got to speak at universities a few days later. And I talked about how uncomfortable it was to be called out publicly, how difficult it was to like be called to account and the vulnerability that requires, but how necessary it is to sometimes to be uncomfortable so that we can get to new spaces of critical consciousness. And that is also part of the work that we and we've been and like the transphobia that is being like perpetrated now, like how we have to unlearn that too. Like what is the truth about the people? And I think when we think power to the people, it's like it's about listening to people. It's about listening to like, you know, immigrant communities. It's about listening to working people. It's about listening to trans people, LGBTQ people, Black people, you know, just listening to people and what they need and who they are and empowering them. And that feels like where we should be focusing our attention, but we can't. The Democratic Party is not the place to do that because they're bought and paid for. I'm so inspired by Mom Donnie's campaign and the Working Families Party that like really like held this like educated around ranked choice voting. There's a lot of lessons we can take from this Democratic primary in New York that on a national level. And I think the organizing piece, the really listening to people, reaching out to working people across every demographic, but listening to people, really, really listening, and then having politicians who aren't bought and paid for so they can actually respond to those needs. It's like really the work we should be doing. Where is our Project 2025? Our Project 2028? Honey.
Yeah. I mean, you see it right now in Mexico where Sheinbaum has an overwhelmingly positive approval rating. Her own party is like 90%. The opposition parties, it's like 60%. Like that right there is what happens if you have a government that delivers for the people. Whereas with all these other governments, neoliberal governments, they're all kind of headed in the same direction. Like even in Canada and the UK, you kind of see this increasing Americanization of politics. You see fascism on the rise everywhere. And so like late stage capitalism globally is doing what it does when it reaches this end state. It pushes everyone to fascism to like maintain control of the state, since, you know, liberal democracy is no longer going to be able to service capitalism. So now you need to clamp down on civil liberties, civil rights and whatnot. But it's hard because like the work that like I think that solution is easy. Like with regard to like trans rights, for example, we know that you can actually win over most people, not all, but most, by simply explaining to them what it means to be trans. Like part of the reason why so many Americans are against gender affirming healthcare for trans youth is because they literally believe that involves like sex change operations and stuff like that. But when you actually explain, no, it just means like expression. Like you get to wear the clothes that you want to wear. Expression is like the essence of humanity. Like if you can't express yourself,
oftentimes it's therapy puberty. There's therapy, maybe a name change, maybe growing your hair, cutting your hair, and affirming who you are. But the narrative, but you know, part of so much of my work is like, you know, when I first came on the scene, and I would get people, you know, people asking me like, and I've done research. So I watched like 60 years of TV talk shows of people asking trans people about what's in their pants and what surgeries they've had. Yeah. And when people, the majority of Americans and people around the world think transgender, they think surgery, right? So like that is something I've been really trying to move the conversation away from, but that is still what people think. They think surgery when they hear trans, and they don't think about the humanity. They don't think about the affirming experiences of, you know, living truthfully as who you are or whatever. So that's still work to be done, but educating people about trans folks is super important. But I just say it's also none of your business. Just like it's none of your business. Like even with children, it's just like if you don't have a trans kid, if you're not a doctor, you're not a parent of a trans child, why is it your business? Why is it your business? But that is sexual. What is it? Sexual. What is Stanley say, sexual anxiety is one of the tenets of fascism, creating this, like, they're coming for your children, they're coming for our families. These, this is another tactic of fascism. So it's, I mean, everything that's happening right now is just like right out of a fascist playbook. So scapegoating an out community, like right now it's immigrants and trans people mostly, but it'll be and left, anybody on the left.
Another issue though is that as gays and lesbians received more rights over the years, it was frankly because people just felt more comfortable coming out. More people felt more comfortable coming out, and then people realized, oh, wait a minute, my brother, my sister, my relative, my best friend, my buddy at work, they're gay or lesbian. I had no idea. There's nothing. They're great people. There's nothing wrong with them. I know them. Oh, they want to.
But there's more gay and lesbian people than there are trans people.
Exactly.
Like, we're less than 1% of the population. It's easier to say.
And that's exactly it. But the funny thing is too, whenever there's that poll that goes around that asks people like what percentage of the country do you think is this, and then people are asked what percentage of the country do you think are trans, and people say 20%, and it's like 1/5 of this country is not trans. I mean, the world.
It's because of the conversation, media, like the obsession that media has had with this issue makes it seem like, oh, this must be a big thing. When it's as you're saying, this is no one's business. Like the issue of trans people in sports, why is that a national political issue? That has nothing to do with presidential politics.
There's less than 10 trans athletes in the NCAA. But again, it's a tactic of who do we find a scapegoat? It's a community that people know very little about. It's mysterious, and there's all of a sudden they're more visible now, and they're coming for our children. So it's a tactic of fascism. It's just right out of a fascist playbook. I did an episode of I have a podcast, and I did research. Like, this is 2022, and I put in Fox News transgender. And there were like hundreds of stories of Black trans athletes, usually the same two from Connecticut, those Connecticut girls, but like they had done hundreds of news stories. If I watched Fox News only, I would think we were dominating in women's sports. I would think that. So they've just done such a relentless job, and they're so well funded too. And I think the other big issue is that like they're so well funded to like do studies, to like put out the propaganda, to like hire these influencers, to like, spew propaganda. And so we don't have that money on the left, but like we need to organize, and I think we need to let this like corporate liberalism, we need to let it go because it's not serving us. I guess the people who are corporate and who are invested in that whole thing. I mean, I think like what was so clear to me when they pushed when everybody dropped out before Super Tuesday in 2020, that it was really the whole establishment that like Bernie Sanders' campaign that wasn't taking money from special interests was like a threat to the entire Democratic Party. And he had to be stomped out at any cost because all these jobs, all these consultants, all these people who are like, they would just like lose their jobs. And they were like, no. So there's a whole system being propped up. That's just they're not winning elections. They're not doing anything. They're not governing or legislating. They're just getting paid. And the people are fucked because of it. And we have to acknowledge that. And it gets real hard. Like I remember, I participated when TYT did their whole like trying to get like a campaign to get Kamala to overturn the Senate parliamentarian who I'd never heard of before 2020 to get minimum wage right. So like and then people were calling me like calling me racist and like misogynist because Kamala is a Black woman. That like let's overturn the Senate parliamentarians so we can get minimum wage. That's the only thing Bernie. Am I right? I said this on a podcast and people like attacked me, but the only thing Bernie asked for, which I think was a problem when he withdrew in 2020, he was like, can we just get minimum wage, like a higher $15 minimum wage? That's all he asked Biden for. And Biden immediately like just kind of like, Senate parliamentarian can't do anything. Next. And that just, I mean, that's infuriating.
Imagine
I mean,
Trump
that's
not
the
doing
excuse
something because they're
Democrats.
parliamentarian.
Yeah.
Right.
Democrats got to play by the rules all the time. And that's the thing. Like, even when I haven't seen it so much this time around because the Democratic base is up in arms and more angry at people like Jeffries and Schumer. But like the first Trump term, it wasn't about like changing things for the better when they win. It was about a return to normalcy when they win. That was their selling point. And listen, for the vast majority of people, a return to normalcy, whatever that is, i.e. pre-Trump, all their problems are still there for the most part. I mean, you know, we're supposed to progress, not go back to how things were before a time. We should learn from the Trump era and make things even better, not go back to, you know, when Obama was president. We should continue and, continue to progress. And I think, I do think the Democratic base this time around is more hungry for that. I mean, for me, like, if there's any Democrat who runs and doesn't put legal trouble for like legal punishment for all these people, ICE agents covering their face and harassing black and brown people, children. If there's not a promise to go through the list of ICE employees and legally charge each and every one of them, from the pencil pusher to the guys in charge, for breaking the law, for whatever they did that can possibly potentially be illegal, then what are we doing here? No one here should get a pass. No one here should be able to go, I was just doing my job, just following orders. You were running around wearing a mask on your face, physically assaulting women and children and men, who didn't do anything wrong,
taking them to camps,
kidnapping them,
innocent people who don't even know why. See, this, I cry. I get emotional. The hairdresser who was in El Salvador, he didn't even know why he was there. He was like, "Is this because I'm gay?" Like, it's it's heartbreaking. I can't watch this stuff. This is so inhumane. It's so utterly disgusting. And when you have town halls of old white Republicans talking about due process, like old white Republicans in Republican districts saying, wait, what the fuck are we doing? Okay, we have a mandate to actually like hold people accountable for this. This is the most, I can't even believe that we're witnessing people being kidnapped with taken off somewhere. They don't know why they're there. It is horrific. That we're doing that in the United States of America is like the most disgusting thing. That's one of the most disgusting things that happened in my lifetime.
Ariana, I know you were trying to get in.
There was just a story really quick. There was just a story where in Chicago, ICE with Black Hawk helicopters basically invaded an apartment building, forced everyone out of the building in cuffs, brought them in to check if they had just warrants even, let alone if they were in the country illegally. People were taking their homes at 10 p.m. and weren't, and if they were let back out, it wasn't until 3 a.m. they were released. And they said they held something like, out of all the people, they held about 30 some odd people on warrants or being in the country illegally. This is insanity. Sorry, Ariana, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that there's currently 1,000, not to be smiling while saying this, but it's just like so absurd. There's about 1,200 people that were in Alligator at Alcatraz. No one knows where the fuck they're at.
Missing. Missing.
There's just no database. There's no,
no paper trail, nothing.
For half of them, there's just absolutely no paper trail. The other half, you can see their name on the ICE website. You don't have any updates. It just says call ICE for updates. And it kind of, Laverne, you were talking about something and it reminded me a couple of years ago, I went to Berlin and I was looking at all these, I was seeing like these ex-Nazi areas, and I saw Sorry, I also tested positive today for strep throat. Don't ask me how I got it, but I've been struggling a little bit here, so just like stay with me. But at every single site, these past Nazi sites that I would visit, you would see I'd see German soldiers coming in, and it seemed like they had someone talking to them in German, teaching them some things. And so one day I went up and I asked them, I was like, hey, this is like the fourth group of soldiers I've seen at these, historical sites. What is this about? And it turns out that their soldiers have a curriculum, an anti-fascist curriculum that they all have to go through before they officially become soldiers for the country of Germany. And it really brings me back to what you were saying, that all of this just goes back to education. Rebecca, I think you can speak more about this, but it's like, oh, the Haitians are eating cats and dogs, right? Or all these trans people, they're taking over sports and stuff like that. I think there's so much fear mongering, but also I think on the left we talk at a lot of things, but we don't bring in those communities to talk with them. And I think that's a huge problem that we see, especially in federal politics too. I mean, like when I was watching Kamala Harris, I felt like she was speaking more at me than with the community. And I think that's the problem. And I think that's something that Obama did so well about. Like, listen, I'm Middle Eastern. He droned the shit out of the Middle East. I know he has issues. But I think one thing that Obama did really well was he would talk with communities. And I think that with the component of, taking out money from politics would go so far in America. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
Yeah, no, Ariana, that's actually a good point. And I think I wanted to bring that up a while back. That is literally the point. Like when Lene said what she said at the Breakfast Club, when Jess tried to make her anti-trans statements, the truth is somebody trans should have been in the room. These people but the thing is they have had trans people in that room.
I've been on the Breakfast Club.
I know you have. I've seen you be on. I've seen.
Yes, Madison, and going, others, and it's like I never went. And
yeah.
The Jess girl, the Jess.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it, and me and Olay.
There's some stuff that you don't know. Like, okay, girl, can I spill tea? Yes. Okay. So so I did the Breakfast Club, and there was a moment on the Breakfast Club when Charlamagne was like, "Oh, Jess was misgendered," and I'm like, "What?" And he was like, "Tell the story." So Jess tells the story to me, and if it's on the internet, where famous R&B singer from back in the day, like an old school R&B singer, DM'd her, thought she was trans, and he wanted her to anally penetrate him. And I was like, and he offered her $50,000. I was like, girl, I'm like, there's girls out there watching who will take that money. And I was like, did you offer to like pay him? She was like, he wanted the real thing. He thought I had, and and Charlamagne was alleging that she was traumatized by this. And I was just, I sort of, I was like, girl, like, share the name with the girls so they can go and get that money. But she has historically been like, Herbie Revolves uses this term transpassing, that she has been assumed trans many times. And in that moment, but on the Breakfast Club earlier, she also, on that same interview, she talked about using the F slur when someone had come at her, calling her the T slur, right? And she called them the F slur. And she was like, what, was I justified? And I took a moment and I was just like, hurt people. And I was just like, for me, I'm not put here for that. I'm put here for something way bigger than that. And I just gave her so much grace. And she sent me a voice note on Instagram that day. She was like, thank you so much, Laverne. I felt like you really heard me and saw me. And it was really beautiful. And you're so smart. And I just really appreciate everything you said. She sent me a voice note on Instagram Live. And I wrote, I sent her a voice note back and said, thank you so much. It's all about love. And it was like a beautiful moment. And then like a few months later, she just went on this anti-trans spree and she's been continually doing that. And so it's just, I reached out to her after she went on that just privately, and I got no response. So it's, I don't know hurt people. And the grace I would give her is maybe, I don't know. I have no idea what's going. I mean, it's like there is a thing historically for Black women, we know, and I actually talked about that history, that in America, Black women have always been in the context of white supremacy, not real women, right? When Sojourner Truth in 1851, said, "I'm a woman," she was she's made that speech in the context of a racist and sexist system that denied her womanhood because she was Black, and denied her personhood because she was Black, and her womanhood because she was Black, right? So it was an intersectional conversation. And she was talking about like white women are treated this way, but ain't I a woman? And so like Black feminism has always been intersectional. So it's been a history of like in the context of a white supremacist nation that like Black women are always less than in the context of white supremacy, are always not fully women and fully feminine in that context. That context is a lie. White supremacy is a lie, but like that's the reality that like so many Black women walk around with when we see like all these people calling Michelle Obama trans and calling the Williams sisters or any Black woman, Sierra. So that intersection of like misogynoir and racism is like so deeply ingrained in like America. But then like for someone like Jess, what I would invite to her, and so many Black women have done this work, understand that like being anti-trans is like, it's not the way. Like, it's like it's not going to reaffirm your womanhood in the context of white supremacy. You have to divest of white supremacy. You have to divest of like the patriarchal white supremacist cis normative standards that like would make you less of a woman, right? You have to divest of those standards and that ideology and that way of thinking, and not allow yourself as a Black woman to be pit against another marginalized group. She's divide and conquer.
Those people. She's around that whole group of people at the Breakfast Club. There's misogyny. She benefits from that up until it's towards her, right? And so that's what we were seeing. She was spewing out the same things that these people around her believe or say often, especially within the Breakfast Club. There's no and it's like we can make these jokes.
It's not fair to just pick on Jess. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, so there's like, and I told, when me and Ole, we did the show together, and me and her kind of went back and forth about it. Cause I'm like, you have to understand, like the room itself is a problem. Like they have been talking about that when Jess got there. Then it's like, they even make jokes and say, well, Charlamagne will say, well, Jess is a man, well, Jess, they call you a man. And I know that hurts her feelings. I know that it's, it's problematic to her, but this joke about the LGBTQIA plus community, when she on their I think on their promo, they put some of that in there, anti-trans stuff within their promo for Jess coming on to be a permanent person. But also Jess before that had some a scandal where she was on the plane. This is her in her everyday life, and she pulled out her phone to say the Middle Eastern person, she was afraid of them on the plane. And that right there, I was like, are we serious? And she doubled down on it. She says, I don't care. You guys can act like you're not afraid. I'm afraid of this, basically this person being on the plane. I feel like she said that. And I'm like, okay, so now you're anti-immigrant. You are reinforcing these the stereotypes because of 9/11, because of conservatives. This is where ICE even came from and was birthed. We're talking about all these things. So this type of mindset is within her. I think people can change. I think people can unlearn things. But again, willful. She wants to be here. She doubles down on these things.
Well, there is a space. I mean, I think we have. I mean, with love to Charlamagne and the Breakfast Club, we're talking about a space that's a right-wing space. Like, I mean, they have the Breakfast Club. There's just too much. Even as Charlamagne will rail against, Hakeem Jeffries, the it's a conservative space. Like, so the patriarchy, the misogyny, the anti-blackness, like it's all there. So it's a conservative space in so many ways, and that, like, the fact that represents a huge section of the Black community is something, like, a lot of Black people are really conservative, you know, that there's something mainstream about that show is something I think we should be looking at as Black folks, critically and yeah.
But that's why people should be in them rooms. That's why they should have representation within those rooms, because just like anything else, Black people are not a monolith. So we should not, even when we're in those rooms, and I know they try to be like, on other episodes, we'll see them being empathetic towards certain marginalized people but it's like, again, if it's not the immigrant or you know, if it's not the popular ones, then it's like whatever. But the ones that people are attacking right now, we see y'all doing the same thing conservatives are doing. And, you know, yet you want to say that you are, and then it'll be this. It's the same thing that they're saying with Charlie Kirk, you know, just a difference of opinion. When they brought Candace Owens on there, it was, you know, we want to hear it from other people. Like, it's like, we platformed her because we just want to hear her thoughts. And it's not, you know, we want to give everybody space to speak. We're not judgmental. And it's like, this girl has been putting out very dangerous rhetoric. And if you're going to sit in the room
and
with
she's
her,
dangerous, and there are a lot of Black people who like, well, she's kind of making sense. And so it's, Candace Owens is dangerous. Candace Owens, the fact that she was let go from the Daily Wire and is even more popular, that she's been able to like parlay gossip and, you know, the Lively Baldoni thing into like a bigger audience. That woman, in terms of grifting, in terms of like making money and conspiracies. I know she's being sued right now, but that woman knows how to get attention. She knows how to make money. She knows how to propagandize and radicalize people. Candace Owens is dangerous. She's really dangerous because she's actually smart. She's savvy. She's savvy. She started
off as a leftist. She started off, you know, but then again, it pays when you grift, when you slide, baby. It pays to do so. I remember first getting into politics like 10 years ago, and everybody was like, I used to go to, you know, these political events, and she was right on with me in the mix. But also the conversations were going around, hey, y'all, being a conservative pays. Being a Black person who switches is going to get me paid, you know, like Diamond and Silk, right? I can be the one that's a smarter person that shows up, and it'll pay. Like if I just say, you know what, I used to be on this side, but I realized that conservatives have a better way of life, a better way of thinking, something that is more American, and it pays. So she's somebody that, especially when they fire her behind, she started to like try to, for 2 seconds, align herself with Blackness, find the, you know, Black media groups and sit and have conversations. And the thing is, everybody was opening their doors. Yeah. And everybody's opening doors. And then, but when they sat down, I felt like, again, in places and platforms like the Breakfast Club, who have criticized her here and there, this was a moment for you to call out things, not just challenge her on, you know, God is good all the time is God is good. She ain't even get that right. So here we are, and we're like, take away her Black card, but also challenge her on the things that she said that's harmful to the Black community, to other marginalized communities, to the, you know, the gossip that she's put around about presidents of this country and that, all of the people's personal business. This is harmful. Challenge her. You're right here in front of her. Stop playing around. This is why I said we have to sacrifice, especially in platforms like that. Be the person that stands out. Be the person that's asking the questions. Do the media work correctly. Because a lot of us are not in those seats. A lot of us are being pushed out. You guys are the face. You guys are bringing these people in. Have those.
Are they qualified though? I mean, you know, with all due, are they DJ Envy? Bless his heart. And Charlemagne does the best he can. Are they really qualified to push back? I mean, I think, you know, when we saw Olay, that Olay Eric Adams moment, like, it's just like, that was just fate. That was just wonderful fate when that happened.
He gone.
Can we have a moment of silence for Eric Adams, like dropping out of the race?
And shout out to Olay for doing the Lord's work.
He's still the mayor, but what the actual fuck
the work that Olay did literally, I believe, helped. My co-worker, my co-anchor, Benjamin Dixon. I remember when he did this with Bloomberg, but back in 2020, when he put out all this information, blew up Bloomberg's spot, and then Bloomberg had to back out. So it's literally the people who are doing the work. It actually matters. So these devils, these demons, are not going to be able to try to run anything. We're going to make sure we put out all the
their
information.
records. Bloomberg girl.
Yeah.
But oh my God, the clownish. I mean, it's the clownish corruption of an Adams. Like, it's very Trumpian. It's so wild. It's like, and I think the problem with someone like Eric Adams is similar to the problem with someone like Trump. It's so clownishly corrupt, but it's also deeply entertaining. And when these corrupt motherfuckers are entertaining, Eric Adams is so ridiculous, but it's so funny. And it becomes a problem because we're entertained and we're getting fucked. We're amusing ourselves to death.
Americans love us a good show.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing saying Eric Adams can't be a public figure when he's not mayor anymore. Like, we could make him like the New York official court jester or something. Like,
I believe the charges have been dropped.
Did you guys see the new report that he hired someone that he was with and gave her
the woman
$200,000 yearly?
The woman that wrote the book. The woman that has the book and that she's sitting on people's couches right now telling her story.
I'm like, babe, you could not waterboard that information out of me. Like, there's just.
I'm like, girl, you could have. And then honestly, I ain't gonna lie to you.
But when there's a chat,
I'm ready for the information. But then she gave it, and I'm like, girl, this is like kind of boring. But I mean, whatever. But girl, you should have gave it something else. My thing is, I would have definitely kept that. There are some things that people ask you, like, what your body count is. I'm lying. It's 0. So, like, what are we talking about here?
She needed to Stormy Daniels it. She needs to give us Stormy Daniels worked. Stormy Daniels worked it. I mean, she. Really, she gave us, she gave us the things, she gave us details.
Get your coin. This is not giving. Get your coin. This is like, girl, you could have kept this one. Absolutely kept it.
I believe that everybody needs a hustle. I don't know knock anyone's hustle. It shouldn't be illegal. Don't harm people. Don't break the law. I think sex work is work. So do your thing.
It is.
But Stormy, some hustlers are. One last thing I have to say about Candace. I'm sorry. She was fired.
Is she a sex worker?
She was fired from the Daily Wire. She was it's all relative, in patriarchy. She was fired from the Daily Wire for her alleged, anti-Israeli thoughts. But Ben Shapiro hired her after she said that Hitler was great. It's just that he took his ambitions outside of Germany. He hired her after she said that. He hired her after all of the anti-Semitism. So anti-Semitism is not a problem at the Daily Wire that is run by Ben Shapiro and what's boring. Anti-Semitism isn't a problem.
It's anti-Israel. That's the problem.
Right. Anti-Zionism is the true crime.
I feel like this goes back to our conversation of the whole Nick Fuentes accidentally streamed gay porn, and then when he did that, he was like, Israel hacked my computer and did it, right? I think we're going back to that same topic again.
The lies.
Unfortunately, I hate to say it, Candace Owens has won the hearts of many people across the Middle East and North African diaspora as well, and it really hurts my heart, especially as a Middle Eastern person myself. I'm like, guys, she's not doing this out of the kindness of her heart. She's literally doing this because this is where the money and the clout is at. Like, you can very easily blame all of your issues in life on Israel, as a political. I mean, every single one of us on this stream can be like, well, Israel is, sending someone to look at me after me and follow me. And everyone would believe it because they're just they do so many terrible things. And I just feel like this is she was obsessed with the French president's wife for the longest time.
That she's being sued. So much so that she's being sued by them. Yes.
Yeah,
and they need to take her for everything she got.
Lawsuit too.
Sorry, go on.
And they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose. I think. What's so just deeply distressing about this moment with the Fuentes and Candace. These people are anti-Semitic. These people are deeply anti-Semitic. Yes. So we should not be listening to anything that they say about. These are hate mongers. These are people. It's so disturbing, and so it's like, I think like being anti-genocide and anti-apartheid is very important, but we should not, like, we can't be anti-Semitic at the, we have to, we can't like let we anti-Semitism is not acceptable. It's just not, and you can't. These people, like,
we have better voices for the like Palestinian solidarity movement than Candace Owens. You know,
I think
it's so.
I think that's like the really like that's the thing that really gets me angry about this. You know, the charges of anti-Semitism against the left, because like the left, who is critical of Israel, is actually very careful to make sure they are just critiquing Israel and not also blaming Jewish people or being anti-Semitic. They're very specifically talking about Israel and the Israeli government and Netanyahu, and maybe even especially now where Israeli society is as a whole, which is very similar to me in terms of how this country was immediately after 9/11, where it was just like not a good place to be. But because people are so comfortable with conflating, Zionists are so comfortable with conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, it confuses people who aren't so politically active, the mainstream public. So when they hear someone like Candace Owens, perhaps, who is actually just outright being anti-Semitic with her criticism of Israel, when she is criticizing Israel, they will just assume, it's people conflating the two again, when it's not. A lot of these right-wing commentators who are critical of Israel are being very anti-Semitic. It's not their criticism. They don't care about the Palestinians. They're not standing up for a free Palestine. They're not crying over all the poor men, women, and children whose lives have been taken in this genocide. No, what they're upset about is that the U.S. government is sending their tax dollars over to any country. Israel just happens to be who their ire is at right now, because a lot of our money does go to Israel. It's very frustrating to see.
It's a lot of people in other countries too, right? Because they don't know any better. Like, you might see a person like Jackson Hinkle or Nick Fuentes, and you just see one little viral clip, and then they think, that person is speaking for Palestinian emancipation.
Yeah, they don't know the full record, and I've realized that. Like, people will see a viral moment. One thing I do want to say, which is it's probably potentially controversial in this space, is like, I have a lot of friends Jewish friends who are Zionist, and it's been really interesting. And and these are people that I love with all my heart, and I'm not Jewish. And so I can't tell them how I'm not Jewish. Like, we understand that the UN has, said that this is a genocide. We understand international law and we can see with our eyes, but then I'm not Jewish. And so it's like, it's this interesting space for me as someone who wants to like love these people in my life, and then also understand, the reality of things. And so it's like, so does anyone else, because I watch the show all the time, but like for anyone else here, are these things that you confront, like the people in your life who are Jewish and Zionist, who are deeply, who feel like a dear friend of mine who feels that Zionism is anti-Semitic. And I was like, okay, why? And I listened and I tried to understand. And and I don't want to disrespect them, and I don't want to, and because there's also lots of trauma attached to, like, right? There is, particularly the two friends I'm thinking about, there is the just as a Black person, the trauma of like slavery, that's epigenetic, that's like, post-traumatic slave syndrome. There is that trauma. And sometimes trauma survivors, it's for people surviving trauma, it's hard for them to distinguish between an alarm bell and a dinner bell. So for some people, I understand that Netanyahu is a war crimes. I get what's happening is despicable. I get all that. I get this a genocide. I get apartheid. But like, how, for me, the space of like wanting to respect my Jewish friends who are Zionist for whatever reason, and not like demonize individuals. And maybe it's just about, loving individuals and being critical of systems and systems of power. But I'm curious about if anyone has any thoughts on that, because I watch you guys a lot, and I watch a lot of leftist content, and I don't want it to be like apologia for like a genocide. Like, I mean, feel free to critique me, but
no, I think that's that's a very good question, honestly. I'm probably not the best person to ask either, because I'm not Jewish religiously. I wasn't brought up Jewish either. I'm ethnically Jewish. But maybe on this show I'm the closest to being able to answer that question. I mean, I think an issue here is that Jewish people from a young age are taught that Israel is inherent to their identity, and it's just not the same to me as, like, you brought up how African American experience with the trauma of slavery, but there's a direct line there, in my opinion, from slavery to Black people today living in this country. Whereas, I'm sorry, unless like you're Israeli or your family is from Israel, to me, the Jewish identity is not that tied to Israel, outside of you being taught that it is for the reason of propping up Israel. Like, Judaism is not tied to Israel, because Judaism is the oldest religion, the current religion that still is practiced today, as far as I know, at least thousands and thousands of years, much more longer than Christianity, for example. But the country of Israel has only been around since the 1940s. I mean,
but there are people, there's Zionists who would say, well, this is our, their return.
Yeah.
We know what,
I'm not
an expert. I'm still learning about all these issues. The more I learn, the more I know I'm like not really educated to speak on these issues in a nuanced way. But it's just a question I had, just out of love. Like, what does it mean to, like, for me, it's like, what does it mean to have a love ethic, to like really fully like have love for people and like what they're experiencing. And I think that, like, obviously that love should obviously extend to Palestinians and extend to anyone who's being persecuted. But the Zionist people in my life I love, and I don't want to discount their experience or feelings or.
But for the people who said that they're like being anti-Zionist is anti-Semitic, like, my family raised me to be Zionist, and we are not Jewish, we're Christians. So like, if you look at all the Zionists, the overwhelming majority are Christians. So just like definitionally, it doesn't automatically make it like anti-Semitic. Sorry, Ariana.
No, you're fine. I'm not Palestinian, I'm Iranian. So my country and my family were getting bombed by Israel. So I think I'm one of the only people on this panel that actually has like personal experience or indirect experience with the government of Israel. I think when we're having this conversation, the first thing to really emphasize that it's super important to not, like, we need to separate Zionism with the Jewish identity. Although some Jewish people adhere to Zionist belief, that doesn't mean that all Jewish people do, because not all Jewish people are a monolith, right? And so
absolutely, Jewish Voices for Peace, for example, yes.
Yeah.
Who
So
many of my Jewish Zionist friends say they're not representative of the majority of Jewish people, is what my Zionist friends have told me.
Yeah.
But anyway, go on. All right.
No, you're fine. So that's one thing that I wanted to talk about. But going beyond that, hurt people. I think that's just been a part of being human, like throughout centuries, like so thousands of years that we've lived. But how do I put this? The idea of Israel being this promised land that they're returning to is not a Jewish belief, it's a Zionist belief, and anyone can be Zionist. So you can be Muslim and be Zionist or whatever. And that doesn't necessarily justify this idea that you as a country, Israel, you can bomb so many different countries, not just, the Gaza territory. You're bombing Iran, you're bombing Syria, you're bombing Yemen, you're bombing just Qatar. They just recently bombed Qatar. You are a sovereign nation that is justifying the bombing and really the destabilization of so many countries around you. And at one point, and I do hold empathy for people who were really, like, ever since they were kids, like they went to schools that a lot of Jewish kids go to, and this is kind of what they're taught, and then it's birthright, and then they go to birthright, and there's a lot of indoctrination that goes into this. But I think at some point, one thing that your friends need to go through is kind of like we talked about previously in this conversation, is decolonizing their mindset, because Zionism is an arm of colonization. It's kind of this idea of Israel being the promised land that people are going back to. This didn't exist in the early 1900s. This really took part. It really started jumpstarting in the 1950s, and so you cannot use the fact that you went through something so horrific like the Holocaust as justification to now put that hurt onto a whole new group of people because you believe that this is your promised land, right? No land is inherently given to anyone. I believe our borders should all be open to everyone, period. And I think that anyone, not just your friends, whether you're a Christian Zionist, a Jewish Zionist, or you're just like a Zionist and you don't believe in any God, I think that what you really need to do is sit down and decolonize your mindset, because what is happening is an arm of colonialism within the Middle East, and that's just, whether they like it or not, that is what it is. You know what I mean?
And the research have been since October 7th. I've been doing tons of research on this subject and still know very little. But what I do understand is that at the beginning of this project in the late 1800s, that they were very, when they didn't think colonizing was a bad thing, they said we want to colonize this area. So they were very open about it being a colonial project.
Even Christians that are, that want to bring it up and things like that, if they go into the vintage Bible, Israel ain't even on there. They weren't considered. Palestine is in the original Bible, in the map, and recognized. So they want to act like Palestine and came out of nowhere. The older Bible, the vintage older Bible, didn't recognize Israel. They recognized Palestine. And so even with those type of things, like, they don't want to bring, again, visual things, they're there, but people don't want to bring them up. People don't want to have those conversations. They want to act like Palestine came out of nowhere. They're in Israel's way. So we need to make sure we dismantle that. To me, there's no, and it's not biblical to say, me as a Christian, right? And it's not biblical. There's so many places in the Bible I tell stories about how other countries have tried to overthrow other countries, and God, like, yeah, see, I done gave y'all a country, and now y'all trying to overthrow this country, and that's not what I said. So now I gotta sit y'all down. So those things are biblical. Those are stories that are biblical, and they don't want to talk about those. It's this idea that Israel is just this promised land. We've been taught that Israel is the place to go, and it's where there's sanctification over there. There's covering. There's all these things, and like, people who are covered, people who are sanctified, people who love people would not accept what's happening or what they're doing to Palestinian people. But again, America has done it to Black folks. America has done it. That's just who they are. So of course they will align themselves and they will attach themselves and make sure that the blood is on their hands as well when it comes to genocide. So
America's colonial history is
It's embedded
And
in
we
our
can
veins,
love,
right?
and we can love, and we can love our country and be critical of it, you know. And I think we must, and I think we must, because I mean, we must, if we want, you know, power to the people, you know.
I hate the
That's
country, but I am critical. But I mean, either perspective, as long as we get to the
the
goal,
critical
then I win.
part. Why do you hate America? Like I feel so corny because like I grew up, like I'm older than I think everybody here probably, but like I grew up, I'm 53. I grew up thinking like I could do anything. Like you know, in America, like anything's possible. And, you know, people actually like, because of the trajectory of my life and career, would probably hold me out as like the, you know, realization of the American dream. I understand that, like, you know, this isn't, even as a Black trans woman, I have a lot of privilege that is allowed this life that I've had to be able to live. So I'm critical of that, and I'm critical of how they, you know, take one or two people, hold them up and say, you know, marginalize them and say, oh, you know, if they can do it, anybody can do it. So I'm critical of that. But at the same time, there's a whole, I still believe that, like, you know, everybody should be able to like live, have a living wage and have work that's like fulfills them, and have like civil rights, like all those, you know, all those stuff that those enslavers wrote and those documents that are deeply problematic. They probably should be rewritten. God, like all of our founding fathers owned slaves.
And that's why we don't like America, because they don't go by none of that. They don't believe that. They don't believe that. Me growing up, I was born here, but you know, being a product of immigrants, Haitian ones at that, they told us that they came here, this is going to be a new life, a good life. But I watched them get abused, spit on, talked down to, disrespected, to the point where they told us not to speak our language in school so that people can respect us. I saw them be turned down for jobs, all kinds of different things. And then for me, who is American born, told I'm not American. So they're like, girl, you just not. I'm told that by Black Americans. I'm told that by white folks. I'm told, like, you're the less than person. You're a product of immigrants. America is, you know, I would love to think that it's a great country, but my experience hasn't been that. And again, there are people who are privileged. I am privileged than my parents. They brought me here, those type of things. But
and privilege is contextual, right? Like in one room you can be the most privileged, in another you can be the least privileged.
Yeah. Absolutely. But that's the reason why a lot of us, like, I used to think that celebrating, I mean, this is before I went to the number one HBCU in the nation, FAMU, but this is before I went over to FAM. I used to think, okay.
Thank God I didn't go to an HBCU, because we'd probably be battling. Go on.
See, absolutely. Absolutely. And look, and we know FAM is the number one, but I know, you know, but that for another day. You know, I because FAM taught me to love my culture, who I am. And I already did that before, but I knew I always had to code switch in a way. When I was in this room, when I was there, none of them rooms accepted me as American, but they were like, you know, you speak English great to be Haitian. I was born here, like all of those type of things. But the flag never felt so like, I used to love celebrating July 4th, didn't know anything about Juneteenth yet, and none of that. But I loved celebrating July 4th and, you know, having the American flag. But then even before everything was going on and I was conscious about everything, when I got to FAM, it was like, even there, how they celebrated Juneteenth, they had all that before it was even recognized, you know, globally or nationally. You know, just the representation of Black looks so different than how America itself, you know, would, because they didn't represent it. They didn't nourish it.
It was your critical awakening. It was the moment where your consciousness was raised. And you know, when you think of like all the feminist movements and of the 60s and 70s and black liberation movements, they had consciousness raising sessions to educate. Right. And so we need our consciousness raised. Like that's part of the decolonization process. Like that, like, I think like getting off the internet and maybe being in community more and having consciousness raising sessions is like, it's part of the project. There's some old school stuff that works, like some old school organizing that maybe we should be drawing from. Yeah,
that's true.
Wow.
To Rebecca's point, I think that the reason why, like me specifically, why I hate America is twofold, and I probably shouldn't say that these days, but like it's twofold. One is because I have Canadian envy. Now it's more Mexican envy. But two is because I kind of felt like, to Rebecca's point, it's all just built on a lie Like you have these
Yeah, it is.
nerdy old racists wearing wigs, shitting in holes, writing this document, pretending as if everyone is free when they're enslaving people. And like the whole foundation is just like so flawed and so fake and disingenuous to me. And also I genuinely like take issue with the idea of a nation state altogether, because I feel like there's nothing inherently special about America. Like growing up, you're taught, oh, we're the #1 country in the world. You're so lucky to live here. But it's like, why? Like, if you really think deep down about it, like, there's nothing special about America. There's nothing special about any other plot of land on this random rock that is floating through space. So I feel like, to me, it's always like, and this is like why I call myself the Humanist Report, right? Because it's more about like a human perspective. Like when you put up these artificial borders and you say, I'm an American, I'm a Canadian, I'm Indian, I'm Chinese, I'm Russian, like you end up segregating yourselves and not seeing like the humanity in each other. And that's kind of like, that's always been my ultimate like goal, is to get people to see the inherent humanity in each other. And I just feel like the state in general, and this is like complete like different rabbit hole, but like it just like it really prevents you from doing that. So to me, I've always
I don't
felt
think it has to necessarily. I think it can. I mean, if you're
fair,
like
yeah.
a nationalist, but like I think of myself as patriotic, and my #1 thing is like, giving people grace and lifting up people's humanity as an artist, as like trying to like do like not dehumanize people. Like that is one of my core values. So but I would understand. You're right though. It's all a lie. It was all a lie. And to reconcile with that, and then also have like this dream of like something better, like this, is there a possibility of that within this context? And I don't know the answer to that, and I think we'll see. But I think we have to get the people involved, the politicians, corporations, the oligarchs, no, not them, but maybe the people. If we can actually hear from real people, working people of all
as you
races
say,
and
Laverne,
ages.
I steal this all the time. We have to go after the right 1%, not the wrong 1%, which is what we're doing. That is like the best quote ever, because it encapsulates the totality of what is wrong with this country right now, that we are focused on the wrong 1%.
Yeah. And again, the distractions. I mean, I have to stick with me. What was great about Doge and when Elon Musk was his thing is that it was just so clear. It was so utterly and completely clear that the oligarchs had just completely taken over, and that he was just, when he was on his rampage, I think he did what he needed to do. He basically like shut down everybody who was investigating him. He looted the government some more, and he was like, I'm good, and he left. And like all the, what is it? God, all these agencies are like just dismantled. I know, it really
was
does.
Yesterday. It was yesterday.
It hasn't even been a year. It hasn't even been a year. I mean, Consumer Protection Financial Bureau, like what an important agency that he just got it. Like Meals on Wheels, like cancer research for children.
Gone.
I mean,
gone.
It's like all that's happened this year. It's like really, really, really gross. It's disgusting.
All that's happened this year so far.
So far.
Planes that out the sky.
It's just October.
It's just October. Felt like 5 years. I don't like. How are we in October?
Stressed.
Okay, so we've talked about the cynical stuff. I wanted to do something fun since Laverne is here. This could be the biggest flop in leftist mafia history. It could be really fun. But I have a test to see how rotten your brain is, Laverne.
Oh my God.
And given that you watch all of our shows, I suspect it is very rotten. So I'm going to.
I love doing well on tests. I was like one of those kids who make 100 on exams. I was a nerd.
Oh,
so let's see how I do today.
I think you're going to do well because you watch our shows. So this is a test on political scandals, and I have one quote with Donald Trump. So to see how tuned in you are. So let me go ahead and share. So the first person that I want you to guess the scandals for, this is multiple choice. So I'll give you 3 options. This is Benny Johnson. Okay. So you may or may not be familiar. Okay, you are. Okay.
I'm familiar.
So I'm going to name
aware.
3 potential scandals, and only one of them is correct. I want to see if you can guess the right one. So first
Oh,
of
this is good. This has got to be the easiest one on the. Go ahead.
We're starting easier. We're starting easier. Don't tell her.
Especially with this photo you've used.
I figured that too. Okay.
I'm not
Scandal number 1.
Read the multiple choice, Lord have mercy.
Did he cheat on his wife? Did he get arrested for a DUI? Or did he accidentally out himself by sharing a Google-targeted ad of homosexuality on Twitter?
See, he accidentally outed himself. Oh girl, like there's more information coming out about Miss Benny. Oh girl, and then them crashing Grindr at the Kirk Memorial. That girl.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I gotta say,
I know.
though,
Okay, I know a trans sex worker who is posted up during Republican National Convention. She gets a hotel and she posts up during the Republican National Convention during CPAC. That's when she makes her coin.
Make the coin.
That's
not mad at it.
Wait, can I get more details about? Does she use Grindr? Like, how does it work for her?
Well, she's high end. She gets her clients. I don't think she uses Grindr.
Yes, high end. Listen, we don't use those boo boo apps.
She's very serious about her work. Yeah, I think there are sex workers on Grindr. I'm not on Grindr. I don't know. There may be. Usually unfortunately when there's trans women, there's probably sex work. But that may sound like a horrible stereotype, but it is reality. She has other ways and she's in a network. She's about her business.
She's high end. She's high end.
Okay. I was just asking if Grindr keeps going out whenever the RNC is happening, so I was wondering if that's how she.
No. She has other ways of procuring high end clientele. Yes.
Good to know.
Okay.
I mean, at this point, they obviously have the clients are set. They have her number. They probably just directly ring her. Yeah.
Exactly.
But also, I want to add that Benny Johnson test could potentially be number 1 too, along with you're absolutely right. It's number 3.
Fair. That's fair.
Exactly.
I would have accepted
number
A
1
as an answer as well.
I was like, Mike, are you doing that tricky thing where it's like the correct answer is A and C? Yeah.
I mean, I would have accepted both. This is easier.
We don't have proof of the cheating. So anyway, let's move on.
Okay, so this is Jesse Lee Peterson. He is a pastor and right-wing radio host, and he was involved in a scandal a year or so ago. So did he, A, violate campaign finance laws, B, like gay porn on his public Twitter account, or C, get busted on hot mic trashing Donald Trump, who he supports?
It was B, and also there was a documentary of several of his alleged accusers.
Oh my God, you're so plugged in.
Who alleged that he sexually assaulted them in his position as like a reverend or a mentor or something, and I think they were all like white.
Yeah, he's a predator. He's like
straight up.
Yeah.
This loser, a long time ago. Funny story. Like, I think when I first got into politics, I'll tell you how vintage. But he did some thing, and he put a chicken over my head, and was like, he's like, her nails are so long, she's ghetto. Da 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 da. This person, I'll never forget it.
Jesse Lee Peterson. You met him in person.
Never. It was over the internet.
He like chicken over your head on the internet. Wait.
Oh yeah, never put he wouldn't even be. No, I'm sorry. Especially me 10 years ago, it would have been a fight. Dragged, face scratched out. But no, did that. And I was so sad because I was on the internet, and that's when I just couldn't understand why so many people were just cursing me out, those things, and had his producers and stuff put a chicken on my head and talk about my long nails and all. It was a lot. That was
so you have history with him too, Rebecca. I was supposed to be on his show, and I was waiting for half an hour, and he showed me
man.
Beta. I don't know, if we were supposed to debate, but I think he got scared. That's my story now. But now he's
he'll leave an interview, honey. When the accusations come, he'll leave the interview, girl. But he's unfortunately, his buffoonery about White History Month. It's entertaining. It's like so ridiculous and dumb, and like he's strangely entertaining, which is sad.
It is sad.
Anyway.
Okay,
It's
so
sad,
anyway,
next.
I'm so confident now that you're going to get this one. So this is Randy McNally.
So, I was like, there's a theme, isn't there? Now I get it.
He's sweating right here.
There's a theme,
okay?
yes.
He's sweating because he's talking about a scandal. Was that scandal about him embezzling money from his own church? Getting a profile discovered on Ashley Madison, a website where married couples go to cheat? Or was he caught posting fire emojis under an Instagram twink's bussy thirst traps?
Unfortunately, it is C. I really enjoyed your coverage. And the pussy of it all. That was wild. Like, I wonder, like, did he not realize people could see the fire emojis? It's like, and then I'm just thinking about this, the way he bless his heart.
Didn't he try to play it off like he was just trying to support he
was encouraging a young man.
Man's confidence or something like that?
Encouraging a young man with fire emojis, encouraging him to post more ass shots on his Facebook.
Mike, did he have a blue silly line that was like, your smile could bring rainbows on a cloudy day or something?
Yeah.
Yes! Oh my God. Good memory, Lance.
Because we know he was focusing on the smile with that particular picture.
There is a theme. I mean, you know, if you're talented, you can make it smile.
Yeah. Okay, I got a couple more here.
Theme. There is a theme, yes. Okay.
I forgot about this guy.
Okay.
Very well done, Mike.
I didn't forget about the likes, but like the way he looked. Yeah. Anyway. Oh.
Okay, so this is Rick Scott. Okay, senator from Florida. I know you know that, and you'll probably get this. But okay, of the scandals, did he oversee the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history? Did he like a gay porn star's Instagram post in 2017? Or did he take gold bars from the Turkish government in 2021?
That was the New Jersey senator. The answer is A, unfortunately.
Correct.
I believe it's A. This is like, how is this man in the Senate? This is what a effed up country. Yeah, it's unfortunately disgusting. Anyway,
should be in jail, but he, Okay, this is
largest
a little bit
Medicare
different.
Scandal in history. Yeah, crazy.
So I'm going to read you 3 quotes from Donald Trump.
Who's this guy?
And
Who's this?
Only one of these quotes is real. Okay, so I want you to guess which one.
This could be tricky.
This could be tricky. Okay, number 1. We call them demon rats because they're demons and rats. More demon, if you ask me. Okay. Number 2.
Sounds like you could have said that.
Michigan's governor is a total whack job. Whiny Whitmer has TDS. 3. Barney Frank looked disgusting, nipples protruding in his blue shirt before Congress. Very, very disrespectful.
Oh my God. Any of these could be, I don't know. I'm going to guess. Whitmer thing seems real, but I'm going to go with the Barney Frank thing.
That is correct.
I thought it was going to be all 3. I was like, this is one of those trick questions. It's actually all 3 are real.
Because all of them sound like him. Yeah. The Barney, like, he would fixate on someone.
Yeah.
My God.
It's my favorite tweet from him. It's my favorite tweet. So I knew the chat knew. But yeah, that one is a deeper cut. You are like crushing it so far. I've got 2 more. And I feel like you're probably going to be like 7 for 7. Okay. This is Mark Robinson.
Girl, Mark Robinson, honestly, he was the most entertaining thing about the election last year. Like, the Mark Robinson shit, like, kind of got me through. But go on, ask the questions.
All right. Did he claim that he's an ex-gay after porn was discovered on his computer of 2 men? Did he used to frequent a porn shop in the 90s and early 2000s? Or did he say MAGA voters are, quote, feral on hot mic?
Girl, it was B. And he
that is
took
correct.
pizza into the porn shop. He was eating pizza. He would give the employees of the pizza shop pizza. You guys all probably know all this, but he was taking pizza into these disgusting booths where men masturbate to porn and eating the pizza, and then giving the pizza to the workers, and owed the one of the porn shop owners money, and he owed the porn shop owner money, and then that's how we found out about it, because he was like, when he became lieutenant governor of North Carolina, he was like, this dude owes me money, like porn debt. And then nude Africa. Oh my God. Saying he was a Nazi, a black Nazi. He hated Martin Luther King on nude Africa. Like people just go to talk politics on this porn site. And then obviously his love for the trans porn. Girl, Mark, wow. And then his speeches and his denials. That man was entertaining too.
He's quite the character.
Oh my God.
I got one more multiple choice, and then I have a bonus round if you want to do the bonus round. Okay.
I'll try to go faster. Okay. I'm having fun.
This is Bridget Ziegler, co-founder of Moms for Liberty. And she was caught in a scandal recently as well. Was it that she liked a lesbians OnlyFans explicit tweet? Did she kiss Trump on the mouth on stage at CPAC? Or did she have a menage a trois with her husband and another woman?
The menage a trois. Why do I know all
correct.
this
mess? You are in deep.
The Moms for Liberty. Oh my God, they're really like they're terrorizing the country. Yes, she. Yes. I wonder if she's bi or if she just did it for her husband. But like, no matter how she identifies, it's like she's what she's doing with her organization and demonizing LGBTQ plus people when she's partaken. If she's not gay or bi or pan in identity, she certainly is in practice. And my brother, who likes to distinguish between orientation and practice. So maybe she's a practicing bisexual, but she doesn't identify.
I think that's
is it really about practice? Practice makes perfect, so maybe we should talk about practice. Anyway.
Okay, this is the lightning round. You are 7 for 7, so these are just bonus, and they are not multiple choice, so it's expert difficulty. It's going to be a lot harder, so we'll see how well you do. Okay. Bill Berrien, can you name his scandal? He was running for governor of a state.
I don't. Wait, this is recent. This is this week. He just dropped out because, was it a gay porn history? I think there was a gay porn history.
You're very close. On Medium, he was following a bunch of kink and
he actually, following the non-binary sex worker. What is her name? Really interesting name. Jizzly, that's right.
That's crazy. I was not expecting
this happened this week. This just happened this week.
But Jizzly is crazy.
Yeah, this one's right.
The non-binary on the Medium. I'm like, that happens. On
I didn't know that existed. Yeah,
I
had no idea.
I didn't know that sex work existed. Anyway, okay.
Yeah,
so I kind of got that one wrong.
Okay.
First one wrong.
This is Matt Schlapp. Can you name his scandal? This is actually a more serious one.
Oh, Matt, girl. Matt was accused of sexually harassing as part of the Herschel Walker campaign, a campaign staffer who was transporting him in Georgia. He allegedly groped the man and is being sued by the man. But yes, he sexually assaulted and harassed a campaign staffer for Herschel Walker. God, that was another.
Yeah.
That was another moment. Herschel Walker.
The second time,
he settled with one for almost, I think, $500,000, I want to say, as well. So there's a lot. And what's crazy about Matt Schlapp is he is still the head of CPAC, as far as we know. He's not been. He's in that position. So I have just one more, and this one, there's a number of things you can choose, but can you name the scandal of this individual right here, Steven Crowder?
Which scandal?
There's so many. First of all, he would not debate Sam Cedar. He said Sam Cedar, oh my God, and he like crashed out and like left alive. So that was a mess. Him like avoiding Sam Cedar, like watching the show the previous week, canceling. All that was a mess. His wife, oh my God, the video of him degrading his wife while she was pregnant. That was disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
His former employees suing him for sexual harassment and assault for putting his genitals on them in different situations, making them dress up in all these awful scenarios. Like, because he hit the bisexual monster comment. Like,
right?
This man is like. This man is just, why are they like this? Why are they like they're like, what is wrong with him? Is he Canadian too?
He is Canadian, yeah.
That's the weirdest thing about him.
I know. I'm sorry, Lance and David. Yeah,
we have
Crowder.
He's not one of us anymore.
Shit, Laverne.
Yeah, we
I'm
disown him.
Stunned.
He lives in America, so actually he's just American.
So I'm brain rot.
You do have brain rot, but David, do you have an applause soundbite you could drop?
Yeah.
I haven't used this in a while.
She crushed it.
Yeah, you are so tapped in.
I didn't know about. I missed this whole governor who dropped out this week because of the non-binary performer. I would have got that one wrong.
That just happened. He just withdrew. I think. What is it? He just withdrew from the race Monday, right? Mike.
Yeah.
He just withdrew.
It was just this week. Yeah, I only found out about him this week because I did a video on all of these closet cases over the years who have gotten exposed because there was a news story about Benny Johnson who was outed again by his former coworker at BuzzFeed. Which is
Saeed. Yes.
Yeah,
he made out with him.
And Milo Yiannopoulos said, it's just these people are actors. They're political actors. I don't think they have any real beliefs. It's just they play characters on the internet. And
why are they all like secretly gay? That's like so, like not all. Yeah. I mean, I don't think every Republican's gay, but like there's a lot who like it's
a lot of
connections. Wild. It's kind of wild. Like routinely crashing Grindr is like wild. Like there's just this is like the third time at a Republican gathering that like Grindr has been crashed. Like
their secret lives, but they want to go and vote against it, make sure but they have these secret lives and they wish they can be open and out but that's
I wonder what it is. I wonder if what do you think? I know we've been gone on way long. We're over David's bedtime. I'm so sorry. Thank you for staying with me.
Come on now.
You need to read Super Chat.
I know this is actually a miracle that he hasn't disappeared out of nowhere.
It's a miracle he falls asleep in the chair.
He's having a good time though.
I'm enjoying this.
Thank you for staying for me. But what is it? Like I just like to be like they're gay, like they're gay or bi or pan, maybe they're bi and they just famously my ex was a Republican. But he like
it's like I think it's like suppressed anger and this is a way for them to take it out. Like
also the forbidden taboo, right? Like the redder the state, the more they're into trans porn. The actual data shows that. So it's
I know.
But like you've had experience with this yourself. What was your experience?
I mean, there's a lot of conservative men who approach trans women over the years. Like I don't always find out their politics, but like my last serious relationship, like it turned out he was not only a Republican, he was a police officer. He did not tell me this when we matched on Tinder. I met him on Tinder in 2019. We met like the height of the pandemic, July 1st, 2020. And he told me he was a cop in October of 2020. And I'd already sort of fallen for him and we had this connection. So I was like, I was in this mindset of like, okay, and he said, I don't feel safe telling people. And like, honestly, like if I was a cop in 2020, I probably wouldn't have felt safe telling people either. And like, he didn't know me from a can of paint. Like, so why would he tell people on Tinder that he's you know what I mean? So I got that part, like not telling me initially. So maybe I'm too forgiving, but like I got when he said he didn't feel safe, like I was like, I get that. I understood that. And I was already attached. And so for him, like, I don't think his politics have anything to do with him. Like, I'm the first trans woman he's dated. So like my understanding is that I don't think he told me he didn't watch trans porn. So it wasn't like, so there's different categories of men who date trans women, right? There's guys who fetishize us and objectify us. I didn't feel fetishized and objectified by him. I felt like we just fell in love, and he was attracted to me, and we fell in love, and that just happened. He happened to be conservative, but he also, interestingly enough, and Kat Black, and on the Olay and Friends that I did, Kat Black talked about this because she's a YouTuber as well, and she is a Black trans woman who grew up in like Orange County and dated a lot of conservative men. And like the way like a lot of conservative men can be chivalrous. They will not tell you they're conservative in the beginning. She said that, but they can be chivalrous and gentlemanly, and like we just had this weird, strange opposites in every way imaginable, but we had this strange connection where we could just talk for hours about anything. We could just movie nights. It was just easy, like, and fun. Always had fun. He made me laugh. He loved Billy Joel and country music, and I'm not a country girl, but like, you know, Cowboy Carter, hello. And it just worked. And his politics though ultimately became a problem. But he was so kind. Like there was a part of him that was really kind and like his dad was out of town, and he was like walking the dog, and like his neighbor was like, oh, is your dad gonna like take out my garbage? And he's like, what? So his dad, who's also like real MAGA, like hardcore, like he wears MAGA hats to the family reunion to like piss people off. He like takes out the trash for this elderly woman in the neighborhood, his dad, and he was like, oh, I'll do it. So he's like that kind of neighborly, kind, sweet. Like he would come in and he heard my air conditioner was making a weird noise, and he would just fix it. And he was just like a good guy. Part of him was, and then like he had these politics that were like fucking insane. But what I also realized dating him is that he had none of it was factual. There was like, whenever politics would come up and they would come up, I was like, I don't think that's true. Let's fact check that. Let's check a couple of different sources. I don't think, yeah. So there was just a lot of misinformation, a lot of like, and it's the way he grew up, his parents were. So a lot of it was just that. I think it was that he was a cop. And even though like the Republican Party's anti-union, he thinks they're more, it's a lot of different things. I think it's like a weird indoctrination and a weird, like, he never had that moment of coming to critical consciousness around any politics. Like I asked him at one point, did you ever realize that everything you've been told and been taught is a lie and you had to relearn everything? And he's like, no, I don't think like that. I just try to be the best person I can. And I think that explains a lot. Like I think like if you grow up and you're educated in America, as you said, Mike, earlier, it's all lies. Right? So like if you are educating yourself and growing, and also he doesn't, for him specifically, he's white, he has blonde hair and blue eyes, he he's upper middle class, he has pretty privilege, he like was a teen model actually, so like why would he question the system that like benefits him is one question. But then it's just, he has an unexamined life, other aspects of his life that he just hadn't examined either, they thought critically about.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah,
I know people like that in my life. My family are like that, where they've been default to what they were raised as, Christian conservative, and they just never questioned it, never really had to. And yeah, just like
it's
by
media diet
complacency.
too, right? Like the media you take in.
The
You're in
media
the wrong
is
circle, watching the wrong thing.
The media diet was because he parroted. Oh my God. We were already broken up by this time, but he was trying to get back with me. And the whole Argentinian like gang story, he told me about it. I was like, oh my God, that's horrible. They're like taking over apartment buildings. The next day I see a report that that's a fake story. And I was like, okay. So I seen him like,
TYT.
No, girl.
Sorry,
he did not watch TYT. He did not watch TYT, but they never came out and said that this was fake. Anyway, bless their hearts. I send him Sagar and Crystal do a whole thing on it, and so Sagar's right wing. So I'm like, okay. I send him the video. He's like, I still believe it, and I was just like, wow. I'm like, and their report had like people from the apartment building, citizens had like a protest that weekend saying that this isn't happening. This is like this landlord who's hired, this PR person. I think the sheriff, like in the video, like I sent a video with all the people from the community saying that this is a lie, like, right? And he's like, I still believe it. And I was like,
and that's how conservatives work. They don't care. They will, and they don't care. They will believe whatever is closest to what they've been taught growing up. They do not want to change from it. I still believe it. I don't care if you're showing it to me, in blood. I still believe it. But even with you talking about the story of dating your ex, I remember the whole Olay video, which you broke it down in there as well. My first thought was how people came at it, where it was like, I'm sad that you were with somebody that was MAGA. I know you shared it for you being that was your experience. For me, before I lived in New York. I dated in NYPD. I told y'all I dated in NYPD. But it's not only NYPD, even because I date majority Caribbean people, Haitian people, or Africans. A lot of their beliefs are just like, I'm like, so what you believe? Like Trump is what? Like, it'll be that. It's never a good conversation. And I usually end up leaving them where they at. But my thing is,
so you dated a New York City police officer as well. He just was he Caribbean? Was he like?
He was Caribbean. He was. So it's all the things that were
How long did
terrible
you date?
in the world. We dated. This is when I was a young little 20-something. We dated for.
Can I tell you? So like the story I was telling myself, and I couldn't tell myself that story anymore, is that we all work for corrupt systems, right? Like I've worked for several multinational corporations as an artist. So like we all are in these corrupt systems. And so you can be in the system, but not of it. That's what I told myself until I couldn't anymore. But anyway, did you? I don't know what
corrupt. He was no good. He was no good. He was corrupt. He was all the things that was wrong with New York today. Absolutely. But even in
how long did you guys date? How long did you date?
We dated for about like 6 months, and then another like 3 months, and then 2 months.
Yeah.
Just a little spin in the block. But even in that time,
he was on point. The D was on point.
It was everything.
This is not elected.
Everything.
Okay.
It was good. That's what kept me around. But he was no good. He was no good. No good. Very, very, very problematic.
Accompanied by
that's a problem. It's a blessing and a curse. It's just terrible. But I was thinking to myself, I was like,
are you describing a cop this way? I can't believe it. I just can't.
And I can't stand him. Every day I'd be like, F the police, but at the same time, I'm like, that was my experience. And I understand, like, we live and we learn. And I was saying that, but me watching your interaction with everybody on Olay and Friends, I'm like, okay, people are upset, but I'm like, I get why people are mad, because for you being somebody who speaks highly of, will call people out. That's your platform. They don't want to hear or know that you've been attached to something that is totally opposite, problematic, all the things. You're no longer attached to that, but that is your story to tell. And I think that people can't, like you say that, you lead with love and all the good things. Everybody ain't like that. Some days I'm not like that either myself. No. But people will like look at you and be upset. And for me, how I said it, I can't count everybody's coochie miles. I don't want to. I think that's, you know, we've all been somewhere where we've been with people that we can't quite that are questionable. But when we know better, we do better. Especially when you like someone, when you love somebody, and you know they're problematic. It might take a little bit, you know,
especially when they're treating you like really well. Like, and I think this is the thing that like this dude like made me feel like the most beautiful woman in the world. He like looked at me like I was like just the treatment, the care, like touches my love language. He just massaged my feet like unsolicited, and just how you doing, you know, get me coffee in the morning. He took care of me and loved on me and just like made me feel like a queen.
I'm like, y'all be with y'all baby daddy that's no good. Y'all be with men that ain't got no homes and housing them, and they ain't got no jobs, and they ain't no good.
So people are complicated. You know, at this point, I think the only thing that's maybe changed since dating a cop this seriously is like, I'm not like F the police. I'm like, yes, it's a white supremacist institution. Yes, it's a corrupt institution. Yes, it needs, like, I mean, they
need work.
I feel like it's not good for leftists to say abolish the police right now. But like, it is, the institution is deeply, deeply corrupt. And, but I'm trying to have grace.
Girl, it's okay. Listen, I feel like at the end of the day, you weren't like, you dated somebody. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Rebecca.
But I'd also try to distinguish between individuals and institutions. Yes, Ariana.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. So I have this friend that like went through this whole. It was like a whole thing where she only wanted to date Republicans, and she only dated Republicans, like conservative men.
I didn't do this by choice. I did not do this by choice.
I was like, girl, no, yeah.
I would not have chosen
this girl did it by choice.
Was it like a fetish?
No. Her logic was that they treat you right. They're the ones that are serious. They're the ones that want to lock you down, whatever.
Yes.
And
I mean, lock you down literally.
Can I tell my goddamn story?
Sorry. Let her finish.
Give me 2 minutes to cook, and then I'll be out of here. I promise. And so, like, of course, I was not a supporter of it. The whole time I was like, dude, you're being fucking insufferable. Like, the whole time I would tell her. But I think a pattern that I noticed, and I'm actually kind of glad I witnessed it because it taught me a lot. And I don't know if this was your experience too, but in the first 4 months, it would be like angelic. Like, this man just like comes in and is like, I'm going to do this and that, and I'm going to provide, and I'm going to take care. And he really shows it in his actions too. Like all these physical and whatever wordly affirmations. And then out of nowhere, it starts flipping. It's like, okay, well, I expect you to do this for me in return. I expect you to be like the trad wife stuff would start coming up like slowly. And then this like element of control would come up slowly. And I think after the third guy tried to do it, she was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm never doing this again. And she never did. And I was like, so happy she didn't.
That's a pattern. A lot of guys do that. They like love bomb you in the beginning, and then they like start withholding. And it's a manipulative tactic. Anybody who knows, I don't want to get married. I'm upfront about that. I don't want kids. So any trad wife shit, I don't cook. I don't clean. Like, this is not, so like anybody dating me, anybody dating me, like this is like, I have other skills. I don't need to cook and clean. I have other skills. And I could order in, I can microwave, you can cook. Yeah, girl.
Air fry.
So anybody dating me, like I'm not getting a trad wife. I don't even want to get married. I believe marriage is a patriarchal, antiquated institution. If you want to get married, and there's some married people here, beautiful, but it's not for me. So anybody who dates me, and he knew this, so yeah, no. Things fell apart with some other thing I shouldn't disclose, but like it was political, but it was some other work he had to do on himself. But it was still the best at 53 years old, the best relationship I've been in. It was deeply healing, actually. Like there was a lot of trauma around relationships and dating as a trans woman, and childhood trauma that was strangely healed with this relationship with this Republican dude. I am. It's shock. I'm as shocked as you probably are. People are complicated, but again, it's just like people are deeply like the grace I give to him and to like a lot of people who have been raised in this and indoctrinated in this culture, is that they don't know any better.
What was his? Did he have any, like, you know, you said he was a Republican, and I'm assuming he brought his politics into it. What was did the? I mean, obviously, I'm assuming it did, but the fact that you're a trans woman come up, like, did he just say like, you know, as long as you don't play any college sports, we're good? I mean, what was his?
No. He's pro-choice. He's the trans, like he wasn't, so because I'm the first trans girl he dated, he wasn't politicized around trans stuff. He's like, he slowly became, to be honest, like I didn't bring my transness into the relationship. Like one of the wonderful things about like the first couple of years is like, I just got to go and be a girl. Yeah. I would mention some trans stuff, but I didn't go into detail. I didn't want to like be educating my boyfriend about trans shit. Like I have dated guys who've done their own educating themselves, like before I dated that, but he's not that kind of guy. He's not an intellectual, bless his heart. So he would just say, like, when we were already broken up, but like we were still talking as the election was approaching. And then I was just like, you know, he's gonna take away our rights. It's like, but he didn't do it the first time. I was just like, I sent him the video of Trump saying we're gonna ban gender affirming care for children and adults. And he was like, oh my God. He was like, I hope it doesn't happen. And so I was just like, okay. I was like, well, if they're gonna do it, I like believe them when they say, you know, there's a whole 900-page document of how they're gonna do it. And yeah, so he votes Republican because he thinks the Republicans are pro-cop, and there's other stuff too, that they're pro-cop, and it wasn't just a one issue thing. It was, you know, it's a lot of, I think it's a lot of ignorance, and maybe I think there's also, if I'm being real, this is with love, but I think there's unexamined patriarchy and unexamined covert white supremacy there too. And even though I'm Black, even though I'm trans, and because I believe like we're all racist in America. Like I just believe we all are racist, that everybody's racist, and we have to go on a journey to unlearn our white supremacy. Everybody might not agree with that. I think that, and he's not gone on that journey. So I think there's just a lot of implicit bias that he has that he's not unpacked. So that influences his choices. It's really interesting how it's such a shame that like they like made like implicit bias like a bad thing. Like it's real. It's really
because
it's real.
To them, the only thing that is worse than racism, which they don't care about, is the
racist
allegation that you're racist. That is. You do that.
That's actually much worse.
You've crossed the line.
And, and we were broken up, but when that rally happened at Madison Square Garden, he was like, he was talking, he was trying to get back with me. And he was like, people are calling the Madison Square Garden rally a Nazi rally. I'm like, yeah, because it was. And he was like, yeah, people don't like that. And I was like, yeah, some people love doing and saying racist things, but they hate being called racist. Like I said this to him. And he was like, oh, people don't like, it's like, it's, and then it's to witness it and not understand that what we were that is just like deep white supremacy, like that Trump and this whole administration is the deep white supremacist, like Stephen Miller is like fucking Klansman. Like to watch this and not like understand that, it's like that is how America is designed, though. It's always denied that it's a racist country. Like it's always denied that. And it's dependent on people wanting to believe and buy into that myth. Like that's from, if you go back, you know, to the beginning of this fucking country, they was like, we're not racist. These are just animals. These Black people are animals and they can't be trusted and all the things, you know? So it's a lot of unexamined stuff with him. And that's a shame, but that's a lot of people in America. So it's like, what do we do? I think we maybe listen, see if like, and I think like finding common ground with like Nazis is like, you know, that's not a thing. I mean, I think like finding agreement, like, and Miss Gavin Newsom, you know, she's tweeting well now, but Miss Gavin Newsom had Miss Thing. I'll just say Miss Thing. He's his first podcast guest. I was freaking outraged. I was outraged. I made a speech for Trans Liberation Day, and I read the F out of Gavin Newsom. I usually don't like name names, but I just was like, and then Olay actually on one of her shows, I forget which one, she was just like, why, if like if your child comes to you and says like, I'm a big fan of that man, we have to be real careful now, a big fan of that man, and you don't like have an intervention and say like, okay, we need to sit down and have a talk. Like, he's a fucking Democratic governor of like California, and you don't sit down and talk about like racism and white supremacy and like all of this misogyny. Is like really like doesn't become the conversation, and you don't start like monitoring like what you're like. Bender, you have kids, like what like what like if one of your kids, I don't know how old they are, one of your kids came to you and said like, I love Charlie Kirk, like what would be the course of action? Shit, I said it.
I would wonder how this happened to begin with. I would wonder how I failed. What did I do wrong? I mean,
but what would you do then if you were 12 years old? Like, cause like this for me feels like a moment to like just be like, okay, we got like things happen with the internet, but like he's a child and you're the parent, and there's an opportunity for conversation and education, and to like, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I haven't considered it, honestly. I'm one of those people who think that like your kid is their own person. I hate people who treat them as if like and this is a conservative thing, but it's also, I've seen liberals feel this way too, where like your kid is your property and they don't really have their own say in things. And you're their parent. You have to tell, you're your parent. You guide them in things that are just outright wrong or dangerous. You deny them the ability to do that, but they also deserve to be respected as their own human being, because they are. So, I mean, I wouldn't like, say you can't, take part in it. I'd try to understand so I can have a discussion with him and poke holes in whatever whatever my son was attracted to Charlie Kirk by. My son plays a lot of video games, and he came across.
How old is he?
Yeah. Oh, he's 10. He's 10. So he's not that far from 12. Interestingly, he knew what non-binary was because of video games. Because when you pick like your gender for your character in video games, it was non-binary was an option, one of the games he played. And I don't know how, but he figured out what it was. He just thought it meant not a boy or a girl, because I guess, when you have multiple options, boy, girl, or non-binary, you assume it's got to be neither. If that, and I talked to him about it to try to, see what he thought of it, get out of it. And he was totally open to it, and like just naturally on his own, and how we treat everybody with respect, no matter what. And I was very proud of him. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna have to worry about the Charlie Kirk thing.
Bender.
Yeah.
What I've learned. This has gone on really long. I'm thank you so much. I've learned, as in all my 53 years with kids, it's like I remember my girlfriend Mila, she's a singer, actress. She had done a musical before she transitioned, and they were remounting the musical after she transitioned, and the director still wanted her to be in the show in a different role. And she had met the director's daughter, and and then so she saw her again after she transitioned, and the girl was probably like, I think she was 5 or 6 by this time. And then the director was like, oh, this is Mila. She used to be, this person, but now she's a girl now. And her daughter was like, cool, can we play? And if like you don't assign judgment to it, and if you don't like say this is bad, kids are like, okay, cool, let's play. It's really about assigning the judgment, I think. So that becomes the problem.
Right. I mean, both my kids, I have 3 kids, but the 2 that are able to play soccer because they're old enough, they're on co-ed teams. There's no second thoughts about boys playing with girls. There's no, knocking someone for being a girl. I mean, some of the best players on their team are girls, better than the boys in many of the boys. There's none of that. I mean, that's got to be instilled in them later by people. Even my son is very interested in current events. And he asked me about things going on in the world, and because I do this show, he hears things, and so he was asking me about Israel and Palestine. And I don't want to lead him into my beliefs. I want him to get there himself, but I also want to give him the knowledge. So, I explained to him what happened and how the Palestinians live there, and then Israel came and Israelis lived there and took land from the Palestinians. And I explained to him October 7th, and I was probably giving more to I don't want to say pro-Israel, but giving Israel the benefit of the doubt more so to him than I would in my conversations here, just so I wouldn't lead him on. And at the end of our discussion about everything going on in the world and what's going on in Israel and Palestine right now, he said to me, he was trying to understand why no one was doing anything for the Palestinians. And he says to me, if I was president, I would send the military over there and we would destroy Israel. And I was like, whoa.
We gotta make him a permanent host on the Leftist Mafia. That's big.
We're not gonna be happy with that.
Right, but I mean he hears that people are being.
I'm anti-war, so
Yeah,
but
right. No, but obviously
he's a kid and playing video games. It's all good.
He looked at it. He looked at it as why isn't anyone going over? He didn't want anyone to get hurt. He just meant destroy what was happening over there. But he doesn't understand why these things are happening and no one is doing anything about it. In his opinion, if there's he asked me about, he's shocked when I tell him that Ukraine and Russia are still fighting. And he's like, how can this be? You told me about that so many years ago. I mean, it's both been a lot of years and honestly not so many years, I guess, depending on how you look at it. But to a kid, it's just this is not how things should be. Someone should stand up for people and stop things that are bad. I think this is the thought process for the majority of kids, regardless of who their parents are, until their parents start leading them a certain way and instilling things into them. I think it's bad to do that. In the way where it's
the
brainwashing.
Of a child is so beautiful when that innocence is so beautiful and to but then you also think about children terrorized me. I hated children when I was a kid. They were so mean. I was bullied and called the F slur and sissy and stuff. I didn't even know what they were in preschool. I was five years old and I didn't even know what those words were, and they were calling me those things. And so a 5-year-old learns that somewhere, right? So that was, and this was I'm 53, so this was in the 70s, I guess, the 70s. But things haven't changed. And actually, statistically, in states that have passed anti-trans legislation, the bullying of LGBTQ youth has skyrocketed, right? And they actually defunded the trans suicide hotline. Oh my God.
Right. I mean, I do think it's important to obviously, it's weird because I went to Catholic school growing up, and obviously Catholics aren't the most conservative of the Christian religions, and probably Catholic New Yorkers, which is probably the biggest sect of Christianity in New York, are probably fairly progressive overall when compared to other forms of Christianity. But we were taught progressive ideals without them wanting to teach us progressive ideals. The teaching, when I was a kid growing up in elementary school, going to Catholic school, I wanted to be a priest for a while because I really thought there was a good caring and sharing and being a good person and making sure you help the poor, and all this stuff was really interesting to me.
Is that why you're straight edge? Is that why you're straight edge?
But I was quickly pushed away as I got older and learned more about what the church actually, I'm not religious at all anymore. I don't believe there's a God at all. But I was those cracks began to form as I learned more about the church's actual positions, not what our teachers were teaching us about the Bible and Jesus in class, where it's like they're not really following what the Jesus we learn about in the Bible says to do. I mean, the idea that we're supposed to, take care of the most vulnerable, share our possessions. We shouldn't be absurdly wealthy. But like, you look at what, the adults do. Like, not even just like adults teach their kids to do this ostensibly by sending them to these schools so they learn the teachings. And then they don't enact that in their lives. It was like a total mind fuck for me. And it made me realize, like, maybe I should look more into this stuff. And that's when I was like, this is not real. Like, it's not, I don't believe it is.
Yeah, that's really sad. I was raised religious too. And I always say I left the church, but I never left God. I just have too much evidence in my life. I believe there's a higher power. Organized religion is just corrupt and horrible and awful.
Right. I mean, I'm not one of those people who's like,
God is good, Rebecca. God is good.
All the time.
No, I'm totally. I think if people are religious, like you are, and don't,
I'm spiritual.
Use that religion, or it's totally. You could be religious too. You could be someone who goes to church and believes in the teachings and reads your Bible, as long as you're not using that against other people.
Person to weaponize people.
Yes,
with
exactly.
The word of God, like we saw Nicki Minaj doing on Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think I think
being
religious is great as long as you don't use that to hurt other people, and that's
and
the
people
difference,
do it all the
between,
time, like the people who are defending Charlie, that man, and then we see how they carry on, and it's like, and like it's I don't like that because they use it to protect themselves, and like I was just saying, like we see that with the argument on Twitter with Nicki and Cardi, this idea that God is only going to protect you while you abuse people with the word of God, and you take this word and you think that it's only going to cover you, and then like you weaponize it against folks, and that is not how it works. But that's what we see people doing. That's what we see actually is a trait, a huge trait of conservatives. The right literally functions on that. Everything that they say, everything that's from the Bible, they pick and they choose, they cherry pick. But then people who don't even believe, they try
by design. The history of that I find deeply fascinating with the moral majority and Paul Weyrich. You guys probably all know this story. We should probably get to super chats, but like basically Paul Weyrich, who's co-founded the Heritage Foundation and the moral majority, they needed an issue after segregation to like mobilize people. Like they needed an issue because basically the Republican Party wasn't doing anything for working people. So desegregating the schools was like so basically like when Brown versus Board of Education was actually enforced, all these Catholic religious institutions were formed that could still be segregated, and they couldn't really run on that. I mean, they were going to defund those religious institutions, and they kind of couldn't run on that because it just looked real racist. So for several years after abortion was passed, they like didn't really bother about it. It was Catholics who had issues with abortion. But by 77, I think they were like, oh, maybe we can use this abortion issue and galvanize the religious right. Because the religious folks, the evangelicals, really weren't politically engaged. But but
abortion
before then.
But now that, because religious people are pro-children and things of that sort. Meanwhile, they be the ones. But anyway,
they manufactured a whole propaganda campaign to make abortion like murder, and like to again the way that we talk about abortion. I think, absolutely, and making it a religious thing for sure. But I think that that shouldn't be a debate either. We shouldn't be talking about how many weeks or how many. No, it's like none of your business. It's between like whenever people are debating weeks, I think we're having the conversation on the oppressive terms. Anyway, we should probably get to super chats.
Yeah. So can I just say, Laverne, the fact that you've been here for nearly 3 hours is so awesome.
The fact I've been here 3 hours is crazy.
You guys have been for a while.
I think I'm still awake. I'm not sure.
Earlier, Leftist Mafia, you guys would do 3 or 4 hour shows, and then they got shorter. So I'm happy that I could bring, bring you back.
Reviving the show.
This has been Laverne's whole purpose of coming here. She's secretly here to to elongate the show once again and get us back in the mode.
I have a talent for elongating things.
Me too,
I
Laverne.
think we've had
yes.
no will to live for the past couple of months, so
yeah, it's
Wait,
like
say that again, Ariana. What was that, Ariana?
I feel like all of us have just struggled to like do this, to be honest with you. There's weeks where I won't come on or David won't come on or like
no, seriously, life happens. Life has happened. Life has been
depressing.
sucked.
This is depressing. It's devastating. And someone asked me on TikTok the other night, why aren't you speaking? I was like, I'm going through it. Like I'm trans in this piece. I'm like a woman. I'm Black. Like my community is being decimated. I'm crying. I'm trying not to come online crying and just like, and I have other personal stuff going on. I'm trying to survive.
Okay.
And it's really real. Like the emotional impact of this, like the mental health impact is like, I hope people are doing their therapy, doing their like whatever practice, healing practice, therapy, meditation, whatever, to try to find some kind of like
peace. Because I say this too. Like, no, honestly, it's been sucky. And I say, I tell everybody here too, touch some grass. I do all the things. I go to church, and if I don't make it to church, I'm outside, I'm hiking, I'm looking at the sky, because sometimes I don't even realize, girl, you haven't even looked up for a second. You haven't looked at like anything. And and I go to therapy. Right now I can't because I can't afford it because I ain't got no job. So but I go to therapy. Therapy has really helped me, talking to somebody, breaking things down, prayer, those type of things. But whatever, and I always say to everybody on both of my shows, whatever you need to do for you, because right now is such a trying time. Everybody is getting got, no matter what community you're in, everybody is getting got or feel some kind of way. The world is really, really heavy. Even just seeing that man be unalived on air, on just regular like that, was just it was triggering and making me think about seeing other people from police be unalived, on camera, those type of things. We shouldn't even
these are things we shouldn't be seeing that. Our nervous systems are not equipped to see people murdered on camera repeatedly. That is not, we're not equipped as human beings. So we need therapy. What I always suggest for people who can't afford therapy, this is weird, but 12-step programs are free. So like there's AA and NA, but then there's like codependency AA groups, like 12-step programs. So codependency stuff, and a lot of the tenets of 12-step work, like it can get you together, like service and the 12 steps. There's a lot of great things about 12-step work, and then community and just getting to share. So that's a way to get free therapy. Go to your local.
Girl, look, that's C. Don't go to Chat GPT.
I thought you were going to
talk about this. Me too. I was like, now,
no.
Please.
I don't F with it. I don't F with AI. I'm just
Thank you.
I don't F with AI. I just can't. It's too much. It's too much. Anyway.
But yes, no, that's good. Thank you for bringing.
But also, community. There is joy, and we have to find a way to laugh sometimes in the midst of all this, and find like those people in your life that like see you and love you. Like surround yourself with them and find a way to laugh, and we can make decisions. And sometimes that decision is like turning off my phone, not scrolling, like just putting it down. So like I can't look at it today. Like it's. Like that, we got to take care of ourselves, because if we can't be available for the fight if we are bumped out of our nervous system, out of our resiliency, if we're just spun out and crashing out because it's like all horrible. And it's really easy to do that. We actually can't be of service in the way we need to be. We have to actually put that, oxygen mask on ourselves first, so that we can actually be of service in the most effective way in the world. So please take care of your mental health, everybody. I couldn't do what you like, doing this every day and being steeped in this.
I take days off now. Like I took today. I was not on social media today. Like I do less videos now because I have to do less videos. Like I cannot
to stay sane, to stay. You have to, and I know sometimes like like in September, no, was it August? August, I took all of August off. I wasn't even on Leftist Mafia. I didn't do my other show, Like It or Not. I didn't do anything. I was off social media. I had deleted Instagram off my phone. I deleted Threads, anything like, and when I say I just felt, even though my life was just burdened, just crashing, just everything, but I was outside way more, like just on my runs, because I'm a runner. I was on my runs. You know, I would listen to positive things. I wouldn't even listen to any music that had anything negative in it. And that's not only gospel music. I would listen to jazz. I would listen to, you know, positive music from Lizzo or Stout or whatever. Just something to keep me like grounded, so that I can get up the next day and not be in my bed and glued to my bed and things like that. But it's like I had to take that time off. And if I could, you know, I would take all the rest of the year off, but I felt like, you know, my voice is still necessary. So, you know, I made sure I check back in. I make sure I do this work. I even slowed down for this whole year, even with my work, because I just feel pushed to a wall. I just feel, you know, sometimes I'm like, it's just a lot. It's just really a lot. But I do believe in recentering yourself. I do believe in, if you got to take a break, if you have to detach, no matter what it is, if you can, because I know there are people who cannot, because you have to go to work. You have to do that. So, yeah.
So many people, working people, can't take time off, which is just devastating. I love one last active gratitude practice is like literally writing down at least 5 things you're grateful for every day. And then my therapist would say, because it's somatic therapy and it's about the body, then sensing the gratitude in your body. Where is that gratitude living in, specifically in your body? And really like if it's your child or your wife, Bender or David or your husband, Mike, you know, whoever, usually it's people like that I'm grateful for. It could just be, I have a roof over my head, you know, today. I'm not like, you know, an eviction court again, you know, like whatever it is, or that I have life today, just really feeling active gratitude, because what it actually, Brene Brown, who studies shame, like joy is the most difficult emotion to experience, because we always like are waiting for the other shoe to drop. But people who are able to experience the most joy have an active gratitude practice.
Yes.
And so like really, even when things are horrible and awful, like I think trying to stay present, because it's like there's an impending sense of doom right now, right? Like we are, I would say we are officially in a fascist state right now. And there's an anticipation of how much worse it can get. But in this moment, I'm here on Leftist Mafia, a show I love, and I'm like people I watch all the time. I have parasocial relationships with you, and that's like really cool. And I'm in my archive room. Like I'm safe right now. I'm safe, and our nervous system seek safety. So I can, in this present moment, I'm okay. And so if I can stay here and be grateful in the present moment and try not to be in the future or in the past, have an understanding of history, but like be present, and present, curious, and non-judgmental, is what a therapist said for me.
I love
that. And
I appreciate that.
So yeah, take what you want and leave the rest. Hopefully
amazing.
We can't right now. This fascist thing is a mind fuck, because it's like people can't. And when you don't understand like the source, people are like, people can't buy houses, people can't pay rent, people can't buy food, like real shit, like real life shit. And people are like looking for someone to blame and it's when you're broke, when you're poor, it is awful. And it takes over your whole life. I hate Kanye West. But he said having money is not everything, not having it is. When you don't have money, it takes over your life. And that is what millions of Americans are experiencing right now and have been for a really long time. And nobody's doing anything for them. And that's hard. So I would say even all those people out there struggling, broke, can't, you know, that even in the face of that, you can do a gratitude practice. You can find something that you're grateful for. You can find some joy, and we have some. I'm not organized, but we have to organize and mobilize like working people. Like that's the only way we're going to beat this, because there's no one in power who has incentives. Like they're just all getting rich from this. So we have to get our mental health together. be able to look at each other and love each other across differences, maybe unlearn shit so we can actually work in coalition with each other and organize and take care of ourselves. And just what is so beautiful, one of the most beautiful things about being Black in America is in having an understanding of my history, is understanding that like my ancestors in the most horrific of circumstances in enslavement found a way to like sing a song, to, you know, pray to, a God who was, given them, but like to find hope and to create, this culture that in music that is like, it's been stolen or appropriated. And like that I come from a tradition as a Black American of like people, like a strong people who in the face, Cornel West says, is that we, when they hated us, we taught the world how to love. And that is part of the legacy of being a Black American. And I think that's maybe part of why I do love this country, is that like they're as horrific as what was done to my ancestors are just Black people. I just think Black people are amazing. I just think we're amazing.
And are.
And there's a lot people can learn a lot from us if they just choose to. Anyway, and trans people too, honey. Trans people, girl, we're amazing too. Like if people knew the history, trans people didn't just like come on the scene 10 years ago. We've been around since the beginning of time in Indigenous cultures all over the world, and we were anointed in those communities. We were spiritual leaders in those communities. Learn your history. And the anti-trans thing is tied to Christianity and colonialism. Like the gender binary is a colonial project. Well, anyway, girl.
No, you gonna teach.
My chat is asking you how you keep your teeth so white.
Not your chat is asking how do you.
Because I'm actually kind of curious too now that they pointed.
Why aren't they asking me that question? Fuck you, Ariana's chat.
Girl, all up in my business. Okay, I'm happy to keep it real. They're veneers, darling. They're veneers.
Okay, period. I love that for you.
Thank God I did. When I had some money, I did a few things, girl.
Honestly, you look great. Like 53. If I don't,
it never gave 53, but that's
this
a beautiful
is another
thing
I love about being Black.
In life.
This is another thing I love about being Black, Rebecca.
Okay,
listen, I know 30. You said you're 30. What?
I'm 35, and Laura Loomer's 32.
She's not paying attention to the video. She's not paying attention to the video. Rebecca, it's gonna get better. You're gonna look better. Like look around, look at Black women in their 50s. Just look around. There's something. God is good.
Okay.
Black, it's gonna get better. You're gonna gag. You're gonna get turned 40 and 50. If you continue to take care of yourself, you're gonna be even more beautiful.
Thank
you. What do you mean by taking care of yourself?
Now.
Are we talking like preventative lasers or?
No. I didn't do any of that stuff. I was like broke.
Healthy.
I was broke until I was 40. I didn't get out of student loan debt until I was like 43, 44. Anyway.
Oh my God.
No, just like, clean living, drinking water, moisturizing, staying out of the sun. I don't Botox or any of that stuff. No, just like clean living. But this is the melanin though. I'm talking the melanin. The melanin is
just it's good. It's good.
As a white guy, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but it's because Black don't crack.
Okay, now some people that's no good in the heart, it cracks.
Good Black don't crack.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Some people that's no good, I see cracks. It's
and the sun will age. The sun will
White
age.
People age twice as fast.
The sun will age you, so you stop to watch your
white
son.
People kind of prune after.
White people age twice as fast as everyone else.
This is correct. And I really feel like all the my peers in Hollywood who are like my age, like struggling with the Botox and getting the fillers dissolved and getting facelifts. Oh, girl!
Laura Loomer had so much work, and again, she was born in 1993.
The fact that you said she's 32, Rebecca, I thought she was in her mid 40s at like the lower
mid
end.
40s is giving crazy. She was giving me close to 50. But you see,
Laura, I wouldn't focus. For me, with Laura Loomer, her appearance is the last thing I would focus on.
That's fair. Yeah.
Touche.
Bless her
That's
heart
crazy.
with all that,
Yeah,
but girl.
You wouldn't even know this, but Stephen Miller's only 64. Like, that's crazy, right?
Wait, Stephen Miller, I hadn't thought about his age, honestly. I can't even get to the age. I can't get past the Nazi thing. I haven't even thought about his age, honey. I'm just like, the policies, girl, the policies. Leftist Mafia, we had a kiki. Thank you so much.
It was great having you on.
It was great.
This was fantastic.
My intention was to and I wanted to do some more leftist, because I think that some of these conversations around race, and then obviously just trans people being present, we need to have them. And then how do we I know we have to do our clickbait stuff for the internet, like love, like having a love ethic, politically, so much of the civil rights movement was based in that, and based in Christianity. It's problematic as I find Christianity, but there was love at the center of it. And I think people need that. People really, really need that. I think when Mamdani goes, when I met him, and it was the primary day, he's a very active listener, and it's clear that he's gone all over the city and he's listened to people, and people want to be listened to, and they have things to say, and we have to hear them. And if we approach people with love, my experience is that's what you get back. On the internet, maybe not as much, but I try to proceed with love and lead with love, and that law of attraction, that's what I get back. So I know that's corny AF, but
it's not corny. It's not corny.
Hang on to the corny shit, whatever you can hang on to right now, whatever keeps you going. It's not everything is worthwhile. Any kernel of optimism or some platitude that makes me feel good, I'm hanging on, because that's all we got right now, right? We're clinging for life. Yeah. So I appreciate that sentiment.
Yeah, we have our values too. Writing down your values is a really good thing too. So you remember who the fuck you are. Remember who the fuck you are when all this happens, because it's I think it's really easy to maybe capitulate or what. Remember who you are. Really have top three. I have several, but my friend was top three. Love, for me, it's love, empathy, and generosity, not dehumanizing people. Those are my top three. Really getting clear about what your values are is really important in times like this, when
nobody has any.
We're watching fascism descend on the United States of America. Obviously we've had elements for a while, but it's real time. So
our chat needs to soak up what you're saying, because you're talking about love, and then this is the kind of stuff they send us, Laverne. Mike, how do you keep your teeth so yellow and bright? You see, listen, rewatch what Laverne just said.
For my comment.
Okay, re-listen to the podcast.
Jokes and cynicism are easy. Jokes, we have to laugh, but the cynicism becomes an easy thing. But cynicism is not revolution. It's not, I don't know. Being corny helps me get through being corny, and
I don't think corny. Sometimes I
don't think you are. Yeah.
Those are simple things that we have to go by. Some things
that have a spiritual foundation. A spiritual foundation, I think, is even as I reject organized religion, having a connection to something bigger than myself. And that thing can be a higher power, or it can be a movement, or it could be a group of people or a set of values. There's something bigger than all of us. We are not the center of the world. So really tapping into that, and that can be community. That can be just just giving love to people, tapping something bigger than us, and that can connect all of us. I think is crucially important right now too. And it's late capitalist,
I have a question.
Super capitalist moment.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. It's almost 12 here, so sorry. My brain is a little fried. I have a question. We have so many people watching you. Obviously, so many people in the chat love you. We love you. So happy you came on. Is there anything we can do to support you? Are you coming out with any new launches?
Yeah,
maybe
good
you're writing a
question.
book
you.
or like any productions? Like what do you need from us?
I appreciate that. Thank you. I have turned in the first draft of a manuscript for my memoir. It's not coming out till next year.
Nice.
Probably May of next year. So we're waiting on notes from my editor. So a book is forthcoming. If you're in New York, come to Carnegie Hall. It's actually for charity, so it, I don't make money from it. But the charities they're supporting, like trans related charities, which need it right now. Drowsy Chaperone, October 20th at Carnegie Hall. You can follow me on social. I've maybe kind of want to get a YouTube going, but like I'm like, what do I want to talk about?
So
I love being in dialogue with people. I love like just chatting with folks and being in dialogue. We'll see. Yeah, follow me, and you can go watch Clean Slate, even though it's been not renewed for a second season on Prime Video.
It's good. It is good.
Have Prime Video. Actually, and we have a documentary on Netflix called Disclosure. It came out in 2020, and I think it's still relevant. It looks at the history of the first 100 years of trans representation on screen, trans lives on screen. It's Vogue magazine voted it one of the top 100 best documentaries of all time. So yeah, I think like at this point, I think it's about like, I would love it because again, it's bigger than me. Like following trans people, listening to trans people's stories. There's a great organization called Campaign for Southern Equality that has been for years giving, providing, raising money to give scholarships to trans kids and their families to travel to other states to get gender affirming care, some now to flee states. So Campaign for Southern Equality is a wonderful organization that we need right now. There's also Trans Justice Funding League. That's an amazing, they fund trans run not-for-profits, Trans Justice Funding League, and you can give to them and then they get the money to the people, like the local organizers, so they can get resources to community. That's crucially important right now. And then just like educating yourself and the people around you as much as possible about like the humanity of trans people, that we're not like what they say we are, that we're just like human beings trying to survive and wanting to just, be ourselves. But yeah, those are a few things I would suggest. And just, I don't know, like, yeah, it's not about me. It's about like a whole community that's being demonized, that's being, they want to erase us. They want to make access to medical care impossible. We have to like stand up against that. We have to like provide resources. And they're trans people who are like, we are in community doing, so if you're a trans person, they're in different local communities. We're doing work to do community aid, mutual aid to other trans folks so we can have access to what we need. So despite what the government is doing, so like tap into your local LGBTQ community group or your local trans group if you have one. If you don't, like, go online and see what's available in your neighborhood or find a place near you. So we have as Black people, as trans people, we like before hormones were legal, we always found a way to get access to gender affirming care. We've always. Miss Major Griffith Gracie, who is a Stonewall pioneer, a legend in our community. She's in her 80s now. She tells the story to Susan Stryker, who wrote the book on trans history, that she was 15 years old in 1955 on the streets of Chicago and doing sex work, and the trans sex workers had hormones in 1955. And if you just for a little context, Christine Jorgensen, who's the first world famous trans person that like really made people know who trans people were, she came on the scene in 1952. Her surgery in Denmark was leaked. She returned to the States in February, I think, of 1953, and became an international star. She was Woman of the Year. She was more famous than Marilyn Monroe for like a year. And by 1955, the girls, Black trans sex workers on the streets of Chicago as teenagers had gotten hormones. They were like, where am I? They found they got the hormones, girl. So we've been getting access. It's not always you. Ideally, you want to get your blood work and you want to go to a doctor and you want to get everything the proper way. But we have a history of being scrappy and getting what we have to get to be who we are. And because the genie's out of the bottle, we're not going to not get our care. Ideally, we want to be able to go to the doctor. Ideally, we want to, get blood work and have everything done, in the healthiest way possible. But if the government makes that impossible, just like with abortion, we're still gonna do it. So, tap into community. I think that's like for trans people, but for everybody, like tap into community. Like there's, because I think being online a lot, we can think that like everybody's not, like the internet is designed to make us think that like we're all at each other's throats and we all hate each other and we're like all divided. And like when we actually go out into public and meet people, it's a different thing. So like community groups. I met this guy. He was at one of these Hollywood parties actually, but he was a baker, and ICE came to his in LA. ICE came to his business to try to see if some of his workers were undocumented, and he like protected them and like got them resources. And now he has meetings now he closes the bakery and he has meetings at his at the bakery for community members to like become aware of what's going on with ICE. So these are things that people can do in their communities to like consciousness raise, to provide resources to like, so people can like know what's going on. So like these are the things that we can be doing and should be doing now to like be there for each other. That really inspired me. And when he told me that, I was just like,
Laverne, on that note, you reminded me. So my friend has been making signs. They're called Signs of Solidarity for the No Kings protesters. And if you go to nokings.com/signs, there are things you can print out that you can take to local businesses, like just positive messages like we stand with immigrant communities. There's also resourceful ones where they could put it up at workplaces. So that way, if ICE approaches them, they know what to do, where they're able to enter into the public space, where they cannot enter. Very informative things. Her name is Andrea. She's been on my show before to talk about Medicare.
What's the name of that? What's the .com again?
nokings.com/signs. So Signs of Solidarity. This is a small thing you could do in your community that will just like, if you know that there's a large immigrant population, take these to local businesses and see if they don't have to put the signs up in the front per se, but if they have them up in the back for the employees so they know their rights, that can go a really long way. So that's one way.
Everybody knowing their, especially our immigrant siblings, like knowing your rights right now, and like
that's everything.
This ICE thing is just, I can't even believe I'm witnessing this, and it's just it makes me sick. It really makes me sick. That when I see the videos, oh my God, the video, I think on Majority Report, they showed it, was the biker who like got away from the ICE guy. Like that gave me life. That older woman who like, got in the ICE guy's face, like these citizens like supporting each other, like, and saying, no, you're not doing that here. I live. And in Chicago, they're like, no,
they're not tolerating shit.
No, girl, you're not doing it here. So these are the things that like
the protest thing.
Slivers of
hope.
It
matters.
It does.
Slivers of hope.
And it's making a little bit of a difference, like in certain places. So we can't like prematurely capitulate. And it's scary. Like I'm like here and I'm like speaking plainly. I can't help it. Like at this age, I just have to like, I'm too old to like lie and try to. So I'm here speaking very openly, and it's scary. It's scary, But
you gotta have that revolutionary optimism, even if it's hard.
And we need the truth so desperately right now, like the real truth, and like that has been so eroded in this moment, and that is one of the number one tools of fascism, is to get people used to lies. So like, calling a thing is like, we got to do that now. Anyway, I don't want to keep you guys any longer. I have some stuff to do tomorrow myself that I have to prep for. This has been a joy. Thank you for spending all this time with me. I like have parasocial relationships with all of you. Like I watch all of your content. Like
likewise.
Yeah.
Well, come back. Please come back. We would love to have you again. The chat loves you.
I would love to. That would be amazing. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming, Laverne.
Thank you.
It was fun.
Love you all. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Bye. Love you. Mean it.
Thank you, audience. I hope you've given lots of super chats tonight.
Right, because right.
They might have to just. They might just have to take this.
You know, times are rough, but times are rough for probably for the audience too. So, I love you. Be well.
Love you too. Mean it.
You take care.
Be well.
Bye.
Bye, Laverne.
Bye.
That was great.
That was really good.
So
fantastic.
amazing.
I ain't never stayed this long in the history of this show.
Oh, no, it's just regular Mafia. It doesn't feel as wild.
This felt very vintage. This felt like
a classic episode.
The old days. Mm-hmm.
I feel like Lance kept shrinking during the episode.
I know.
He has been shrinking.
What was happening? Like, what was happening?
I was like, I have a tendency to talk to you.
It's like now you can barely see his head.
He was
it's like the top of your forehead.
And then it was just like
I mean, Lance has been streaming for a minute though. He's been streaming for hours before the stream even started.
Oh my god, that's
I don't know how you do it, Lance. I could not do it. My brain is completely mashed potatoes.
I had to turn my
right
lights off because it just like fries my eyes.
I have a headache from the lights.
It's true after a while it does.
Yeah,
I'm actually gonna sign out because I didn't get any super chats, so I'm fantastic.
Yeah, I got no super chats either.
Sorry, chat. My throat feels like there's shards of glass in it, so y'all
You look like you were gonna die during portions, Ariana, where I wanted to like reach out and be like, "Are you okay?"
I literally, I've been feeling like I was gonna die this whole week, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go to urgent care, and sure enough, I tested positive for strep, and I was like,
"That's
fuck,
no
Laverne
fun."
COX is coming on, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna thug it out. And thank God, when y'all were doing the trivia, I started dying. But I was like, this little cube in the corner.
Yeah.
All right.
You, I think you held it together so much better than I could have. There were just a couple of portions where, like, the look on your face, I'm like, I have to, like, as an uncle, I have to intervene and be like,
red.
"Are you okay?"
I said, "Oh, she's straining right now." I just,
I was just trying not to fanboy out the whole time, just like squeal, just like, "Oh my god, I can't believe we're attacking Laverne COX right now."
Wait, how did this even happen?
She sent me a message on Instagram and wanted to know if she could come on.
Because she really watches. No,
she
really
actually does. Yeah, she watched. She proved it. Like she wasn't just like,
she
"Oh yeah, I love
everything.
your show." You know how they say, like, no, she has the lore, like the deep cuts. So yeah, that's awesome.
She knows our business. And
when she asked why Rebecca was here so early, I thought that was
like, oh, she watched it.
You're right, Matt. That's what proved it. Because if you know that I don't be here on time, then you watch the show. And she knows, she's like, because you have, your day job. Girl, what? Okay, so yeah, no, she's in our business. Okay,
I love that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have any super chats, Ariana?
I have.
Oh, I do, but y'all, I'm sorry. I already communicated this with chat. I got stressed.
Okay, we'll read them for you. It'll be because I still like my brain is complete mush, but I have energy, so I'll read them for you. So
y'all always look, the two up here got energy, and I'm stuck here. Let me read these super chats and I'm out.
All right, let me know, Rebecca, what your first one is, and then I'll try to follow along.
Okay, guys.
Ariana, are you checking out?
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No, babe, don't be sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead and take care of yourself.
I can barely even talk. I love you guys.
You did a 3-hour plus stream. With
love you too, Mama.
You're good. You take care.
Be careful, y'all. There's also this strand of COVID going around that hits your throat, and it literally feels like you have shrapnel in your throat. So
yeah, I got boosted up last week. So
yeah, if you can get your booster, if you can't, be careful because this new variant of COVID is I've been dealing with it for like 2 weeks now. I don't have COVID anymore, but then it turned into fucking strep. Anyways, just be careful. All right, guys.
Okay,
bye.
Take care.
Bye. No, Prairie Fire was my first.
Okay,
yeah.
Let me find that, and then I should be able to follow along. Okay.
Okay, I feel like Mike was calling me out personally in his anti-farmer video. How were we supposed to know Trump was going to do what he said he was going to do and had done before? I personally blame Canadians. They gone. The Canadians ain't on here right now, but
I was calling out Kowalski as well. Definitely.
Lainey Lou, thank you so much. It's comforting to hear Laverne be a fan of so many of the same shows on YouTube that I watch, including you all, obviously. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching and supporting our show. And yes, it feels great to know that even Laverne is watching and has these relationships with us, know all of our business. But it's just nice to know that we have supporters all over the place, including you, Lainey. So thank you.
Even A-list celebrities.
Even
that's
A-list
amazing.
celebrities. Yes. Chris, thank you so much for your super chat. The super sticker. Taylor Lane. Can't send much, but that's enough. Okay. Thank you so much. But love to be here with my trans family. We will have to accept many central Radlib will beg and shake hands with fascists for votes. Thank you, Taylor. Omega Star, thank you so much for becoming a member. So yeah, again, I have the memberships open on my channel, and I'm going to use those for like stuff outside of politics, kind of like my personal stuff. So I haven't done anything just yet, but I think that I'll be doing more on there, and that'll probably be part of the healing process from what the world got going on. We could just kind of chit chat and talk, and I can put y'all into my business.
Rebecca, because those are like my favorite.
It's gonna be like vlogging, because I have a life outside of this thing that we do. But yeah,
and I don't,
gonna be like
so I'm
vlogging.
Nosy. So
yeah,
so yeah.
Once, yeah, absolutely. Once I start, y'all can be in all of my business.
Love it.
Omega Star, thank you so much for yours. Trans rights are human rights now and forever, and forever for sure. Tiger, thank you so much, Tiger. Haven't seen you in a while. Did digging. Maybe found where missing 1,000 plus alligator ostrich immigrants may have gone. Majority quietly moved to Camp East, Montana, Texas, aka Fort Bliss. Some may be at Stewart Detention Center in Georgia also. I might look into that. I'm definitely going to look into that. I'm going to see if that's true. But thank you so much for that. And Super Duberful, thank you for your very generous super chat. What's the end goal of these fascistic? Am I saying that right? Because I ain't never see the word like that.
Yeah, I think so. That's how I say it, at least.
Fascistic. Goons. I guess to live in a destroyed world without hope and joy. Sometimes I'm wondering if they would even like that. And fascistoids. Now why y'all playing with me with these damn words? These fascistoids are really unlovable. So they would inevitably just turn on each other. They're doing that. They're doing that now.
True.
Parker, thank you for your super chat. When you pull up late to see 7 people on Leftist Mafia, including Laverne, COX, this is wild. It was a treat. It was definitely a treat for y'all. Nintendo Gaming Channel, thank you so much for your super chat. What is everyone's opinion on EA Sold?
Hate it.
Is that gaming?
Yeah, it's a game company bought out by Jared Kushner and the Saudis. Bad.
Oh yeah, EA. It's like EA Sports. It's in the game. I know
exactly.
That.
Yep.
Okay, right. I know that. Okay. All right. So yeah, that must be a question for you guys, because I don't.
Yeah, I'm done with EA. I mean, I have been already kind of, but like this solidifies it. I'm not supporting Jared Kushner and the Saudis.
Gotcha. Swolsome. Thank
Mike,
you so
weren't
much.
Weren't you on that comedy tour in Radia?
Hey, okay, that was a secret. I signed a confidentiality clause. Okay.
Were you really on a comedy tour? I can't tell you.
No.
Oh, look, I'm like, because he don't even leave the house, so I don't know.
I do leave the house. I just don't get an airplane.
Well, okay, no airplanes.
Listen, they offered Mike $325,000, and he certainly got on a plane for that.
I honestly
was
would
like,
not.
I'll take the money.
I probably wouldn't.
You wouldn't get on a plane if they was given. Is it the fear?
It's just like it's the principles with Saudi Arabia. Like if the government that is giving
I'm
me
talking
the money,
about the airplanes.
Oh, just the airplane itself. Oh, like if somebody was just like, "Hey, Mike,
Why-
here's like $1
why
million
don't you
to
wanna
get on a
fly?
plane," I would get my
Yeah.
ass on a plane.
Okay.
I would
But why
probably do
don't
it
you
for
wanna fly?
like. I would get on a plane if somebody was like, "I'll give you $10K." I would do it for that.
Okay,
10K.
do you have a fear of flying?
Not really like of heights. but just claustrophobia. But I feel like I've been a lot better lately. Like I used to be very agoraphobic. I've gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
I'm traveling longer now and not really having any issues. So it just depends. It's like depends on anxiety and how I'm feeling and shit going on. But I'm feeling a lot better now. So I feel like I probably would. Like I do it for 10K. I'd still be nervous though.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I love that for us. Okay, so Mike told me he'd be outside. He just don't be in the air. Gotcha.
So if any rich person wants to double dare me,
and he's
I want to take the money from a rich person because I feel
I'm taking money from anybody who offer. Look, work is work. Right now,
that's true.
People ain't got it, so we working. Except for if it's like Trump and them, like right. Trump adjacent. Swolesome, thank you so much. Thanks for the stream and great combo. No, thank you for watching and thank you for your super chat. Jeffrey Allen, thank you so much for your super chat. I appreciate you. J Cast. Now I don't know why you put the disrespect the mic on my channel, but thank you for the $2.
What did I do?
We already went through this, Mike. How do you keep your teeth so brown? Mike, that's not true. Your teeth are not yellow or brown. Okay, that's not true. Beautiful smile.
The disrespect.
We're not doing all that. But thank you so much, Jay, though, for the buddy.
I love Jay Cass.
Omega Star, thank you so much. You always make Thursdays fun. Do I see when I'm not here? It must not be as fun.
Wow. What about? Are we just chopped liver?
maybe when I'm not here, it's not as fun. But thank you so much, Omega. Another Omega Shinron Dragon. So the last one was from Omega Star, and we have Omega Shinron Dragon. Thank you so much for your super chat. Big time Bex, don't criticize Skeletor herself and Jesse Lee Peterson. Who is Skeletor?
I think Laura Loomer, right? Like is that who they're referring to?
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. And Jesse Lee Peterson, their nonsense cracked their faces and their future lives enough. And their future lives enough. Needed this. Absolutely. Love you, mean it. And somebody had sent something over on Cash App and I don't want to forget because I'd be forgetting. I want to say this moment because I don't want to say their name that's on here. I don't know if that's their actual name and I don't want to. But this moment from the chat said, keep up the good work. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your Cash App. All right, y'all. I am out of here. I do have some new content finally after a month coming up on the page. And it's going to be a little deeper dive into free speech, what it looks like, who it helps, and especially Black voices in the media and the 300,000 women who are unemployed, and the number is growing. Stick with me because I'm actually putting context behind all of it and putting it together. It all ties together. So be on the lookout for that, Rebecca, this weekend.
By the way, I watched every single one. They're so important. They're like mini video essays, so everybody needs to go watch them. Like they're evergreen. You can watch them. They're not like outdated. They're so good.
Thank you so much. And I'll be back. I just, been taking a break and keeping it easy this year, but I have a lot of scripts written and they have to be recorded. So you guys will see more of those on this weekend. Thank you guys for watching.
Nice.
I absolutely had a great time. I probably won't be this long ever again, but it was good. It was good. It was good to be here. I love you guys.
Until we bring back Laverne.
Until y'all bring back Laverne. Love you guys. Mean it. I'll see you guys next Thursday.
Take care, Rebecca.
Bye.
Bye, Rebecca.
Okay, we have quite a bit. Did you want to go first, Matt, or did you want me to go first?
You could go ahead.
All right, I'll try to be quick. I'm not going to, since we have a lot and it's late, I'm not going to respond to every single super chat. I'll just do like a quick comment, like a or a, okay.
Yeah.
But I'll try
also,
not to
if you want to just go through yours and mine, I mean, I know we usually go through everybody's, but I think people would understand if we only did ours.
Kind of do it quick. Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, if
we'll see
other
how
people wanted to do it, they should have stuck around.
We'll see how we feel at the end. I think we could probably go through theirs as well. We'll do ours first though, just to make sure. But the first one is from Blue X. It says the Humanist Report rules. Laverne is amazing. Thank you. Well, thank you. Brenda says, I can't wait to see my birthday buddy, Laverne. Well, happy birthday. Grand Regent says Tim Walz, Jon Stewart 2028, Hassan Piker, or Kyle Kalinske as press secretary. I'd be down. Bay Photo says, love how everyone is here on time for Laverne, right? That is so funny to me.
It was a important show to be on time for.
Yes. Unknown says, Laverne seems like such a wonderful person. I'm hoping she's seen Heartstopper because I think it's something that she'll really appreciate. Such a cool woman. She is a sweetheart. Nintendo Gaming Channel says U.S. is anti-human health, especially from first world country. U.S. preferring healthcare only for billionaire, not 99%. Totally agree. Sam says saw one battle after another, and it's a masterpiece, an important film of our time. Strongly recommend to see ASAP on big screen. Are you going to see it soon? I think you've convinced me, Sam, because you have very good taste. I'm going to try to see it soon. Maybe not this weekend, but the weekend after, for sure. Fritza, thank you for being a member for 11 months. Unknown says, and somehow trans people exist in other countries and yet mass shootings are not a thing. Crazy. Is it just the American trans specialty? Yeah, I mean, like, it's funny, right? We're the only country where this happens, and it's got to be trans people, because, yeah, it's wild. But yeah, great comment. Tropical Ding Dong says, who was the Leftist Mafia wardrobe coordinator? We just always wear black. I think it's just our personalities. Like, we're feeling doomer right now.
I always wear black.
I actually, most of my clothing is pretty dark, especially like my t-shirts. So yeah, I do. I wear quite a bit of black myself. It's my favorite color. I don't know if it's like the absence of color, but I love black. Canadian Goose says, hey everyone, just want to give a shout out to some news coming out of Michigan where there's a state bill that is targeting the banning of all porn and also expressions of being trans on the internet, part 2 incoming. Okay, let me go to part 2. Another one, very generous, by the way. Thank you, Canadian Goose. According to the bill number 4938, punishment will be up to 25 years in prison and up to $125,000 fine or both. I can send a link in chat if you want to read the bill. Those in Michigan, please contact your reps. So I know exactly which one that you are which bill you're referring to. And I don't want to minimize the bill, but the bill was introduced by, I believe the representative's name is Josh Schreier. He is a complete crank, and he always introduces these kinds of bills just to performatively like virtue signal to the Republican base. He's the same guy who introduced a gay marriage bill, or a ban on gay marriage bill, and in the photograph that he took with the bill, he looked like the biggest fairy on the entire planet. So the dude is a closet case, clearly. I think we actually talked about this at the time on the show, that like the dude is obviously like obsessed with LGBTQ people because he's hiding his own queerness of some sort. But yeah, I'm worried about this bill, but since it came from him, my hopes is that like it kind of just dies. Let's see here. Sam had the next one who says, thoughts on the Riyadh Comedy Festival and with comedians like Mark Maron and David Cross calling out folks Bill Burr, Kevin Hart, for taking blood money. Yeah, I really appreciate the comedians who called out the comedians that took the blood money, because I feel like that is absolutely disgusting, especially because Bill Burr, he criticized Beyonce for performing for Gaddafi's son before and was like, these celebrities, they'll take, whatever job so long as the money's good. And he did the same thing. I think there's no excuse. I think all of these Canadians are sellout, or comedians are sellout. Freudian slip there. They're all sellouts. And yeah, if you want to feel better about it, go to Bill Burr's Monday Morning Podcast YouTube channel. Every single comment shitting on him. So I appreciate that people have principles, because look, they're taking money directly from the Saudi government, and that should yield backlash. Like if they took money from a different repressive government, yeah, that should also yield backlash. Like Snoop Dogg got a lot of heat, as well as other celebrities, for performing for Trump. So I think we need to keep this energy up. Let these Canadians
these Canadians have it. Don't let these Canadians get away with it,
or they're gonna lose their fucking fan base. That's funny. Another one from Canadian Goose. Thank you, Canadian Goose. Trans rights are human rights. Love the work you all do. And thank you, Canadian Goose. I really appreciate it. You've sent 3 super chats, all very generous. My God, I'm eating because of you tomorrow. So thank you so much. Tiger says, y'all seen the apartment building that ICE raided in Chicago? Yeah. Reports are horrific. Kids zip-tied, ICE repelling from helicopters, vans for black and brown people. That is the most insane shit I've ever seen. So yeah, I did hear about that. I honestly don't even know what to say about it. It's just truly dystopian, and things are progressively getting worse. Yeah. Nadia Yvette Clark, or excuse me, Yvette Chambers, says the nature of the debate has turned into they're going to throw us all in prison, if not ovens, without bothering to gas us first. Not more talk. Yeah, it seems like it's getting there. It's very scary. Very, very scary times that we're in. Luna Flynn says, would you have Kyle Kalinske on Leftist Mafia? 1,000%. I reached out to him a while ago, but he has other commitments on Thursdays, like family commitments, so it wasn't good at the time. Maybe that's changed. I'll try asking him again, because yeah, that would be really fun. It'd be fun to get him and Crystal on Leftist Mafia. I don't know if that's doable, because they both have incredibly busy schedules. And I think they film Crystal Kyle Friends on Thursdays too. But I'll try, because that would be a really, really fun show. Unknown says, bro had to get glasses from US. He's trans and had just changed name, so passport wasn't updated. Parcel was stopped at customs, asked for his passport. My freaking bro had changed his name to an internationally wanted criminal. That sounds... It's kind of... I'm not 100% sure if I follow. It seems like your brother... Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, because you're in the UK. You sent in pounds. Okay. That's insane. V-Man says, in Puerto Rico, the right-wing government just banned using Medicaid to pay for trans care for all ages. God forbid she do her real job, like fixing the energy grid. That is so disappointing to see. V-Man follows up saying, sadly, Puerto Rico has the highest percent of attacks on trans people. The Puerto Rican Independence Party wants to establish a Department of Human Rights to protect communities like trans people. That's really sad. I didn't know about that. That's actually really, really heartbreaking to hear. But that would be a great idea to have a human rights department. We should have that here. Like, that's just in general a great idea. Pandora says, what's Laverne's favorite old spot in Mobile? I miss Solomon's and their pictures of Long Island iced tea or Daryl's French
We missed
dip.
this during when she was on.
Yeah, I'm sorry we didn't see this. I went to the South and worked at the Sickle Cell Disease Association. That's really good. That's really good that you did that. Yeah, I'm sorry that she missed this, but next time we're on, you'll have to DM us and have us ask the questions. You don't have to pay again. That's a good question, though. I didn't know she was from Mobile, Alabama, too, so that would have been interesting to hear her talk about that. But we'll bring her back on, so. Nadia says, Dems are bad faith and stop nothing. I fled to Berlin. Did you really? You're in Berlin? That's actually really exciting for you, Nadia. I'm happy for you if that's true. That's great. Archangel says, Mike, you ready to fight back the imminent invasion of Portland? It's obviously a war zone that needs to be occupied, LOL. Such clowns in the administration, especially the loser, SecDev, Pete Kagseth. Yeah, that's what's crazy is that, like, I was just at the Waterfront Park not that long ago, like a week or so ago, and, like, it was the way it's always been, just, like, boring, peaceful. You know, they're gonna come to Portland. They already are in Portland, but, like, these federal agents are gonna get here, and they're expecting, like, these Antifa super soldiers, when really they're just gonna see a bunch of, like, hippie, like, hipster people petting every dog that they see with their fucking coffee and their foo-foo teas. I mean, nothing's going on. The protests at the ICE detention center in South Portland were very small, and even the people in the apartment complex that's like right across the street from it, they're like, actually, the protesters are very lovely. We actually care more about what the federal agents would do. They're the threat to us, not the protesters. And now, because their presence there, the protests have grown. This is always what happens. Protests are peaceful, and then you have the authorities come in and antagonize. So it's idiotic and very, very stupid. But it's par for the course. At some point, I feel like every blue city is going to be invaded by Trump's Gestapo. So not surprising in the slightest, but it's more surreal to me because this is my home. So the fact that like that you hear Trump talking about this, it's funny, honestly. And after he got off the phone with our governor, Tina Kotek, he's like, oh, she's a wonderful woman, and I wonder if like, are people telling me the wrong thing? Is it not as bad as I'm paraphrasing, is like, is it not as bad as I thought it was? And the reason why he wanted to invade Portland was because Fox News spliced in a clip from the 2020 George Floyd protests with like modern day events. And he's like, oh my God, Portland's burning. It's crazy. It's just wild to me. Chris, thank you for being a member for 6 months. And thank you to Mary for becoming a new member. Really appreciate that. Nadia says, Lord Shaftesbury, 1838 Christian End Times Prophecy. Archangel says, so satisfying watching the pissed off generals at the stupid meeting that could have been an email. You could see it got to him. At the end of his rant, it was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. That was the silver lining. Yeah, the fact that Trump went like full Hitler-ish. I don't I don't know what the fuck I could even say. Like, it sounded like it was going full Hitler. But the fact that they were like dead silent, because they kind of have to be to remain political, that was the silver lining. It was nice to see that. They weren't going to clap like seals for him. So I'm glad that that wasn't the case. Chris, thank you for the generous super chat. Hating America is praxis. If I said I hate Iran, one might say to the government something about external influence, previous regimes, but to build coalitions on the left, we must be condescendingly be better than America. Sarcasm. Jeremy says, reporters, and Chris, I wasn't trying to be like condescendingly puritanical. That's just like my genuine thoughts, but I understand where you're coming from, just to put that out there. But thank you for the chat. Jeremy says, reporters, please ask Trump if he gave the order for the boat strikes. He'll say yes, and Carolyn Levitt will confirm it. Duterte needs a cellmate. Yeah, the fishermen, right? We had no evidence that those were drug smugglers. Even if they were, that's not a death sentence. It didn't look like they were drug smugglers. So, yeah, he just is bragging about a war crime today. He declared war on the cartels. So, I mean, so much for being the anti-war president, right? Let's see here. The Matt Mercy. Hello, fellow anti-American fugitives. It's been a while since I've been able to send super chats. Got my passport, though. GF has family in... I don't know what that flag is. F. Bill Burr. What is that flag, chat? Help me out. I'm sorry. I don't recognize it. Nobody knows? Well, I'm glad that you got a... Oh, Denmark! Oh, Denmark. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's a good flag. I should know that flag, but that's awesome. Hell yeah. Nadia says, Jizzly created a holiday I can't name because censor. Oh, interesting. They sound amazing. I just found out about them this week. They sound like an amazing person. Jones City says, quiz proved Laverne isn't a normie. She's like, that's true. That's true. Which is so funny. Shit, chat jumped. Here we go. The Matt Mercy says, I've been verbally... No, that's not... Wrong one. This is the Matt Mercy one for me. We've got some from different chats. Not allowed to see my niece, nephew, because I'm envy. That's fucked up. That's really sad to hear. But hopefully when they're older, you can reconnect with them. Because they're going to someday find out that they're missing somebody who's super awesome in their life. Sorry to hear that. Mary says, still waiting for my hot, sweaty Men's of Leftist Mafia calendar with a $20 super chat. That's amazing. We'll have to do it at some point. We'll have to do it because I know that we would rack up the dubs on that one. People are waiting for that for us for sure. ABS says, hey Mike, did you hear the Saudis and Jared Kushner bought EA? Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. That is very, very sad news. Emily says, Mike, thank you for bringing Laverne on. She is the queen. I tried to send Lance a super chat, but he jumped early. His loss is your win for my meager monthly budget. You are the good. Oh, hey, that's awesome. His loss is my gain. I really appreciate it. Never expected, but appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much, Emily. Tigwig says, love the chopped liver you bring to the show, Mike. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for saying that. JJ Sayin says Ben Gavir is evil for harassing the kidnapped flotilla group and claiming the aid were weapons. He, Bibi, and Israel will be judged for their crimes. I hope so. I hope they're all in The Hague one day. Did you see that Netanyahu actually had to take a longer flight to the UN because he was worried about landing in countries that would arrest him? That is just, you love to see that. Okay. The next is from the Tungsten Wire, who says, loved your new video about the stupid influencers running cover for Israel's genocide. Thank you. I'm glad you liked that. I noticed Xavier or whatever, he has like 25 times the subs I have and gets the same pitiful views. Lamau, what a waste of $700. Is that true? Oh, that's funny. I feel like that's justice for the world. That's great. I'm glad you're crushing him, Texan. Hell yeah. Omega says, sorry for spamming. Just felt the love tonight. Also, Matt, you are raising a regular Sabo yourself. We need fiery youths like him. Mike knows what I mean. Yeah. Matt's kid is based. I'm voting for Matt's kid for president. I'm writing in Matt's kid for president. Okay. Got two more here. Emily says, Canadians, Mike, F you. Here's a self-deprecating $2. And last but not least, from Jacqueline, who says, it's my eldest's 27th birthday. Here's to raising kids who question her first year as a teacher and union rep because she made amendment that there would always be an LGBTQI on the union executive. That's amazing. It sounds like you raised a wonderful human being, Jacqueline. Kudos to you. That's awesome. All right, Matt.
Love to hear it.
I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right
here
back.
we go. Oh, leave it me. All right, let's see. Gotta find. All right, Gates 9 with the super chat. NFL should get Willie Nelson to do the Super Bowl. Yeah, I would. I never was a big Willie Nelson guy, but he seems like he's a good guy. Tokyo Hans with a super chat. Stay amazing, Laverne. Absolutely. Laverne was great. I was so happy to have her on. And that she stayed for 3+ hours was fantastic. Tropical Ding Dong with a super chat. Trans hip-hop artist Damage just dropped a new track, High Body Count. Y'all should watch it and react live. It's super revolutionary. All right. Probably too late to do that now, but I'll have to check it out. Let's see. Bay Photo. Laverne is correct. We need to have accountability. It will never break this fascistic cycle. This country will need its own Nuremberg trials. Right. Absolutely. Let's see. What else am I at here? We got N Stark 007 with a $10 super chat. Shout out to Laverne and every other trans person that refuses to hide. You are the bravest people in this country. Stay safe, sis. I wish she was able to stick around to hear some of this stuff, honestly, because you guys are being very nice with these and good questions, too, for the ones that are asking questions. Zoe with a member for 2 months, super chat. Do you even know the difference between a swamp and an ancient bog? In a bog, you are pickled. In a swamp, you would decompose. Zoe, I have no idea what you're talking about. Chris,
I did not know the difference, so thank you.
Chris with a super chat. I hate America as a form of American exceptionalism that y'all are not ready to unpack. The Matt Mercy.
I'm not ready to unpack that.
I have been verbally abused and ostracized for talking Nazi allegations regarding a Dallas club owner. Seriously, have you ever paid a similar price on principle? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Taking that, I'm not sure what you're. Maybe it's just I'm tired. The Matt Mercy, another super chat. Too. Have you asked your kid if he condemns Hamas? Yes, I have, and he says that he doesn't, and I just could not believe him. There's nothing I could do about it. No, I mean my kid doesn't want to see anybody. He did not like hearing. He's not like hearing about anyone die. And when I tell him about current events, he's not. Yeah, but he also knows when there's a group that is being marginalized and the sides are unfair. He doesn't know it's that word, but he certainly gets it. He's told me he's just not, he hasn't been like, I did, but there's stood up for kids in his class who are being because he's a popular kid. Everybody knows who he is. And he said, he's told me that, he's seen kids getting made fun of or someone being not so nice to someone. He would tell them to stop. SG with the super chat. Thank you so much. Just no message, just a super chat. Emily Schmid with a $10 super chat. Binder, I meant to spend this month's budget on Lance and David Dole, but they jumped early, so this bud's for you. Thank you so much for your kindness and love for the Canadian trans community. Love you. Thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate it. It's too bad that you're Canadian. I'm just joking with you because Mike is still making me laugh. Mike is still making me laugh from when he was talking about those terrible Canadians over in Saudi Arabia.
That's so funny. I don't know how I said that.
So I'm just continuing that. You shouldn't have went to Saudi Arabia, Emily Schmidt, and taken that blood money. No, thank you. Sincerely, thank you so much. And I love the Canadians. I love my Canadian listeners. I've always been a big fan of Canadians. I remember
we have many Canadian friends.
No, but I remember back in the 90s when the Hart Foundation and WWE, they were the number one heel group. Bret Hart, Owen Hart, British Bulldog, Brian Pillman, Jim the Anvil Neidhart. And their whole shtick was because, Bret Hart and the Hart family are famous Canadians. They would come out and force the crowd to stand up and sing the Canadian national anthem. And I thought they were so cool. And the crowd would hate them, boo them, and chant USA. And I was the opposite. I thought they were so cool that I learned the Canadian national anthem. And I would start singing it with them. Oh, Canada. I thought it was so cool. So I've always been a big fan of the Canadians. The Tungsten Wire with a super chat. Thanks for all the work you do. You must not sleep. I appreciate it. I've actually been not so great lately. Oh, wait, I didn't put it up on the screen. With my own stream, it just so happens that Wednesdays I've been busy. I've had things to do with the kids. Early school year stuff is always very busy. They are in the midst of fall soccer season, which is very busy. My weekends have literally been, so my son is on 2 soccer teams, the travel team, and then the team that I coach with his school friends. My daughter's on a soccer team, the team that I coach with her school friends. And then I play soccer myself on Saturday nights and Sunday nights on 2 separate teams, but in the same league, but different divisions. So my weekends have been, my son has a travel game Saturday morning. Then one of them has a game early afternoon. Then the other one who didn't have a game already has a game in the late afternoon. And then I'm going to my game. And then do it all again on Sunday, minus the travel game. Travel soccer, thankfully, is not also on Sundays. So any given weekend, we are going to, I personally am going to somewhere between 4 to 6 soccer games. Potentially 7, actually. Yes, 4 to 7 soccer games. So it's been busy. But I do it because I love it. So don't, I'm not asking for pity. It's soccer. But I'm just letting you know how busy it's been. Things should slow down in a couple of weeks. And I'm going to do my stream before in a couple of weeks. But I'm just saying I should be fully back into doing all the stuff. But yeah, it's been busy. They're only young for so long. That's how I look at it. I'm trying to get it all in now before I become a sad dad whose kids moved out of the house, and I'm wishing they were still living here. Oh my God. Tenacious Ross with a super chat. Thank you so much. No messages, a super chat. Looney Tunes 9000 with a super chat. Matt in the Hat is now a Yankees fan, and he knows it. I'm not a Yankees fan. My son is a Yankees fan, so I'm following along just so I could tell him who wins. The Yankees have moved on. As a Mets fan, it's been a very tough season. Very tough season. Going from the best baseball team in the entire MLB to an absolute collapse that started at the beginning of the summer and has continued to the point where the Mets didn't even make it to the playoffs. It was very rough. Zoe with a super chat. The Bog Body by Viagra Boys is a great song, Matt. I'll have to check it out. Thank you, Zoe. And that's it for me. Over on Twitch. Really quick. Joey Bag of Donuts, resubscriber Prime, subscriber for 13 months. Wish the Dragon, subscribe for 1 month at tier 1. Oh, Actual Jake rated me earlier. Thank you so much, Actual Jake. And Actual Jake, resubscriber Prime, subscriber for 2 months. Thank you so much, Actual Jake. And, excuse me, Rude Dog 2525, resubscriber Prime, subscriber for 26 months. Great show, says Rude Dog. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the support, folks. And there's still a few super chats, Mike. Do we want to read them, or they're not mine?
Yeah, right, so I got a couple more, and then we have a few for David and Ariana, but there's not a lot, so it won't take very long. I'll just go through them.
You want to start from the beginning, I guess? Or okay, you do that. Whatever.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll because they look like they're short too, so it's no biggie. CF sent me a super chat saying, "What are the odds of the 2026 midterms happening?" 100%. They will happen, but the question is, how fair will they be? That's the real question, and we'll find out. Emily says, "F you, Bender. Here's $2 to me." Well, thank you, Emily. Mr. Sushi says, "Did y'all see the Jim Brewer clip that Sam had on the show the other day? If not, y'all have to pull it up." They did post the segment. I haven't seen this yet. I'll check it out later. I don't want to pull it up right now just because it's already super late. But thanks for putting that on my radar because I had not seen that. So I'm excited to watch that. Okay, so Chris sent a super chat to Ariana who says, "Democrats as a whole have not made a true positive case in favor of the humanity of trans people. At best, they're passively defensive. Call it out." Yeah, I agree with that. Nintendo Gaming became a member to Ariana and sent a super chat saying, "Why person of color voted for Orange Man Hitler?" And Blue sent a super sticker to Ariana. Terrence says to Ariana, "Fash light dem stand for a whole lot of nothing." Bayphoto sent this to Ariana saying, "In 2020, when Trump sent masked cops into Portland to throw protesters into unmarked vans, it was a major news story. Now it's just every day." Yeah, that was traumatizing to see that happening. And yeah, we call that Tuesday in 2025. Crazy. Looney Tunes sent Rebecca a chat saying, "Just a heads up for all chats. If any troll comes in and talks crap about us mods, you will find out what happens to you, so don't pick on mods." Thank you. Yes, we send love to the mods. We all appreciate the mods. Thank you, mods. Mithra says, "People aren't 100% good or 100% evil. It's the system that's the bastard." Well said. Kowalski says to Ariana, "Matt may not believe in God, but I was just chatting with them the other day. And God is gender neutral, by the way, wants me to be a shepherd to stand between the righteous flock and the MAGA jackals." All right, good to know.
You got to capitalize the T and they when you're talking about God, by the way.
Omega says, "Tonight was refreshing and a happy tear came down." That's awesome. Good to hear that. And Jacqueline sent this to Matt Bender saying, "My youngest daughter now in social work also dealt with bullies. As an age group champion fencer, she would promote fencers in hijab." That's so cool. You guys have really cool kids.
I'm telling you, the kids are all right.
They are.
Listen, I know Gen Z gets a lot of flack because they got the idea that, I mean, my kid's not Gen Z, they're Gen Alpha. But I know Gen Z gets a lot of slack for, their support of MAGA or Trump or whatever, but it's just like, because there's a bunch of young, loud Trump fans. The majority of Gen Z is progressive, because that's just how it is. They're the most progressive. It's just that their cohort of Trump supporters are just super loud. That's about it. I mean, yeah, I mean, especially young women are going to be just all right. I mean, you look at just how many of them are progressive. There certainly is something to young men being an issue, but still, I think let's see how the next generation is. Gen Alpha is when they become of age politically, to vote and things like that, and then we'll get a better idea of how this is going, or if it's just like I just think we are in a just a small setback, like there's been throughout history. This Trump aberration of 2024 to when he's out of office. I think we'll be back on track because time keeps moving and the progress keeps going on, whether they like it or not.
And on that note, last super chat to you, Matt.
Oh, it's from it. A additional, it's $20. Thank you so much, Goofy Goober. An additional thank you to all viewers who kick in what they can, if they can. It's important to support content like this for us all, however we are able. I really appreciate it. I mean, I really want to do just more videos. I've been saying it forever. Mike's heard me say this since we started Leftist Mafia many years ago. I just got to find the time, and I really shouldn't. Like, I could easily just knock out videos. The problem is I'm like one of those people who sort of puts a lot of time into creating edit. Like, I want I want it to look nice. I mean, I could easily knock out like those weird, like, well, not weird, but just like basic, like screen capture videos that Tim Pool does, for example, where it's just him next to an article talking about the article, or like him next to a clip talking about a clip. I mean, maybe I should just throw those up.
You should do that.
Yeah.
You could always build from there, because I feel like part of the problem, and like this is me just guessing, but I feel like I would feel the same way, is there's not a lot of motivation if you're going to put out a ton of hard work and not get like a ton of eyeballs. And making a video, it takes so much time. So if you just like knock out some videos and then start getting like a shit ton of views on that, then it'd give you the initiative or the incentive to want to like put more work into it. I feel like that's how, I would operate at least.
That's a good point. Maybe
I've watched your videos, your screen records. People want to hear from you. I think that'd be great.
I haven't really done, but the screen records are literally just like from my live stream usually. Like, I'll just see something on while I'm live. I've never really actually uploaded like just a screen record of like me talking about a clip. Like, either I have a highly edited video, like, for example, that like video I did about the Boogaloo Boys years ago, or I have just like a clip from my live stream. I've never actually done like just a quick video upload, but those usually do good, right? I mean, I don't know why YouTube.
I think YouTube. I mean, look at your live streams are always like super good. So like you have to imagine.
Yeah, but people are used to me doing live stream. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna fucking do it. I'm just gonna do it.
Once you do it once, then that's it. You just gotta get over the initial like doing it.
Yeah. Also, been meaning to get on, doing more short videos for like social media, which I've never done. It's just I'm one of those. I'm a procrastinator. If I don't have something already like in the schedule, which is why live streams are great for me, because it's Wednesday, I'm going live. It's Thursday, I'm doing the live streams. But like, I'm a procrastinator. I'll always be like, I'll do that tomorrow, and then tomorrow comes like, oh yeah, I said tomorrow, right? Tomorrow.
I feel you. I'm the same way. I feel you.
And then the next thing you know, it's like next year, and it's like, oh fuck, I never did that.
I know.
So someone said, I want more Binder and I miss Scam Economy. I miss Scam Economy too. Another situation where I would put time into doing videos and the podcast and editing it and everything, and I really should just knock them out like I do just live streams. I'll figure it out. What I would love to do, what would make things easier for me, would be to have a co-host for some of these shows, but also I can't just, it's not like Leftist Mafia where we all like are mutually benefiting out of this. Like, if I asked someone to do Scam Economy, they'd be doing my podcast. Like it's too far in. And I would have to pay them. I don't have money to pay them. But I'm gonna.
People would come on your show because people.
Oh, as a guest, but like as a regular co-host.
Oh, a regular co-host.
Yeah,
I mean, if they like monetized it with you, like on your own channels, like we do, you know, on Leftist Mafia.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll figure. I like just talking. Who should we rate on Twitch?
I was thinking we should raid Frogan. If she's still on, let me see. Yeah, she's still on. I think she's still on. Yeah. Yeah, Frogan would be a good person to raid.
Let's raid Frogan.
All right.
Let's see.
Everybody send Frogan.
Where is Frogan? I see. Here we go. All right.
If you're watching on Twitch. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and thank you for the kind words.
I'm pressing the start raid button.
Okay, perfect. By the way, I have timestamps. I'll post them in our DM messages, so that way everybody can because since it's such a long episode, it'll be.
Yeah, don't forget to put all those timestamps, even hour 4. I can't believe we're in hour 4 right now. Amazing.
Yeah, that's a lot. All right, everybody.
All right, I'm gonna hit that raid button. Here we go, Mike. All right, peace, everyone.
Take care, everybody.